Hello again, Stroke. Welcome back to another day of streaming, and today it is Wolcen on the menu. So yeah, let's do a bit of testing with what I was doing the last time with what was the skill Anvil's Woe? Yeah, Anvil's Woe. Anvil's Woe, and I want to do the Anvil's Woe with crowd control immunity, so that means I'm gonna have to be using this. And now the thing is, do I want to be using this one? Or this one as an offhand, or maybe even something like a physical damage dagger or a physical damage axe. Anything with physical would be a good option. So I'm gonna prepare some things there and see which one would work best for us. So yeah, let's do it. I'm not gonna change the build, I'm just changing some items. And first those items here are just... So this is the main idea. Using this thing will give us crowd control immunity. What else could work? Let me just check for other one-handed non-elemental items. This is not elemental, but it gives me fire damage to attacks, and yeah, this is actually elemental. So yeah, anything with elemental won't work. It just won't do the trick for me for this setup. And alternatively, something like that might work. But I'm not using projectile, and
Hi there.
I do not have a good one-handed weapon without a coat or elemental at the moment. See, everything here gives me some sort of non-material damage. Here, another thing with non-material damage. This one has a coat and elemental. This one as well. So yeah, if I had a purely material weapon, it would have been amazing for testing with the physical damage conversion. So that it's not about the conversion, it's about the extra increased material damage actually. Maybe I can have a bow, but I doubt it.
Anvil
Hello
asterisk.
Tuxi Tux. Yeah, it's Anvil's Woe. It's Anvil's Woe, and I'm just doing something like yesterday. And nice to see you again to my channel, Tuxi. So I was doing that the last time I played the game. It's an Anvil's Woe build, and I'm doing something like this. I'm doing can only deal material damage. That means any elemental damage. I was using this one before, and this is good damage. This is good damage, but I wanna test something with this. Then I'm gonna test with the daggers as well, just to see which one would give me better results. So for now I'm just gonna do a regular map. I'm gonna exit. I'm not gonna complete this run. I just want to see which one would give the better results. Oh, and what I wanted to do is the charging Anvil's Wall. That's why I took the crowd control immunity. So now that I've got crowd control immunity, I can do the will to crush. So let's remove this, and maybe let's remove this. So let's see. So far the damage doesn't seem too high. Just a second, I'm getting a message in Discord. I promised someone that I'm gonna give them some items, so So they were AFK and I was AFK, but now we're both back. Yeah, I'm gonna check something. I wanna check the damage from this and compare it to the damage with this.
$16K.
Well, the greatsword is much higher, 22k with the greatsword. So currently, I wish I
23K.
had good items for like a good two-hander, legendary two-hander with only physical or material or rent or whatever sort of bonuses that are not. Okay, I'm gonna invite
This build
someone.
looks awesome.
Just a moment. I need to invite someone to my game, so I need the Steam invitation link and. Let's see.
Sure.
Friends invite. Steam invitation link. There we go. Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready. I told him to let me know when he's ready. I gave him my invite link. So when he adds me and when we can team up. But yeah, with the two-hander it's much better. The problem is with the two-hander I can get knocked down and knocked back. And the price that it takes, the time that it takes to charge this one up is not worth it. Like the time it would take me to charge it up to the maximum really isn't worth it. Because for that time with the other setup I can do it much better. See, with the other setup, if I were to remove this and do this and this, the way I played it 2 days ago, you're gonna see it does like 13,000, yeah. It's not doing 24,000, but it's still doing for the same time probably 3 hits. It's much more spammy like that.
Indeed.
Okay, I need to finish this one and go to the town for some trading. And I can help him. I told him that I'm streaming, that I'm live at the moment, so he would know. And that I can give him some items if he wants. without expecting anything in return. I'm gonna return to the town, so I need to get the enemies to kill me. Let's get them to kill me. I need more. There we go, kill me, kill me, kill me. Let's hold X. Oh, wait, don't tell me he entered. Actually, never mind. He's probably not in the group, or what? It says in group. Well, I think it got glitched. Or maybe he got disconnected because of that. Maybe he got disconnected because maybe he was joining the dungeon the same time I left it. I think something like that must have happened. Okay, he's coming back. He's gonna come back. He said he wanted tank gear, like resistant gear. I'm gonna try and find him some resistant gear. Something with all resistances. This would be nice for him. And this would probably be fine as long as he doesn't want something with rage based damage bonuses. He should be fine with that. What else could I give him? I mean, I'm saving this for myself, but maybe this material damage shoulder wouldn't be too bad. I can give him this one. And this one I can give him 95, 116, 82. All resistance 65. Well, 82 all resistance. This one. Oh, and I can give him a unique pair of boots. This one with 15% damage. What else do I have that I don't need? I think I've got plenty of those brooches. The dagger maybe would give me a little bit more damage. Maybe this one. Because with the apex we saw it wasn't that good. But yeah, so far the Anvil's Woe seems best with Rygarde's Hope with material damage gems. And the one that's charged, the only way to get the one that's charged better is to get a lot of attack speed score. And this gives me 20% attack speed. And then if I use this and this, the damage would suffer. But damage would suffer, but I would still be able to do a quick cast. Like, it's a bit faster. I'm not sure how much better it would be. Let's test it. Yeah, it feels very well, the damage with this. I think Abolition Act would be good for a tank with Anvil's Woe. So you can be crowd controlled and you can do those charges on bosses if you're a tank and you can standing in one place. Yeah, I think that's how it's gonna be. The Abolition Act for now, I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm not gonna use it. I'd rather use the Rygarde's Hope. And I'd rather use it like this. It just seems a lot more fun that way. Because it's much more stompy like that. You just keep hammering that anvil. So rings with some rage would be a good addition. A trio belt would be a good addition. A lot of stunning. Tempered boots, I think that's what... Rogue? Yeah. I rarely get rogue boots, by the way, when I get legendaries. Oh, my teammate is using some sort of freezing. Nice. Freezing and bleeding. Ah, this one is alive, didn't see. Okay, let's keep moving. But yeah, I'm loving this setup. Today I will be trying different ones. I'm not gonna stay with just this, what's it called, Anvil Swole setup today. I will be testing different ones. Mostly I want to test a mage one with force shield. With those legendary force shield shoulders. I'm wondering what they're meant for. They're meant for something that's spammy. Spammy in a way that it stacks a lot of cost reduction. Spell cost reduction in those shoot unique shoulders. And since I got my second one 2 days ago, it would be fun to try and use both of them in the same setup. It's nice having melee stuff stacking from him and me. Yeah, I didn't have much rage. Currently, I need to be better at managing my rage. I think rage cost reduction would fit this build well. Rage cost reduction would definitely... and there's plenty of rage cost reduction that can be taken. So sacrificing a little bit of damage for getting some rage cost reduction won't be a bad idea. There's up to 20% rage cost reduction you can get from nodes. Here you can get 14, here you can get another 6, and then over here somewhere, I'm not gonna look right now, you can get... so you can get actually up to 30, I think. And 30 is pretty much a good number if you add it to something from the gear. I think the transfer time is what this build needs. Some help on the transfer time. And we can help the transfer time if we're using a one-handed. And then an offhand. There is this one offhand that's for mages and for shadow damage, which doesn't fit well with this build. So I'm not sure how to sort this transfer time, but I think there were some items about that. But at the moment I'm not gonna do too much theory crafting on the beta, because once the game launches we're seeing so many things are gonna change. Just the information about the crafting and socketing system changes is more than enough to add an extra layer of mystery in regards to how certain builds would be.
This game seems like Path of Exile.
Oh yeah, true too. It is kind of like a mixture between Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. Like, there's features from all places. And when the game launches, there will be even more features similar to Path of Exile. It's not released yet, it's releasing on the 13th of February, so there's like 3 weeks left until the release, roughly. So pretty soon, pretty damn soon, it's when the game is coming. And on my YouTube channel a few days ago I posted, like not few days but yesterday, I posted a video about the changes they're making to the crafting and enchanting system, like to the current socketing system. Currently the only thing we have as item crafting is socketing. And it seems similar to Diablo 2 socketing, except there's no runes. But once the game launches, it will be similar to Path of Exile in certain aspects, because you're gonna be able to reroll some stats on an item, or to remove stats, or to add stats. And currently each gem can be used to give you a bonus that is offensive, defensive, and support, depending on what socket the gem is in. And there's currently 3 types of sockets, but when the game launches there's gonna be 9 types of sockets. 3 offensive, 3 defensive and 3 support sockets. So each gem would be able to have 9 different effects depending on what socket it goes into. So there's gonna be pretty much 3 times the depth when it comes to socketing, and with 3 times the depth there's gonna be more than 3 times the possibilities of making something that's very specific for a certain build. There's gonna be a lot of RNG as well. Wait, am I using the magic find belt? I might be, because that's a lot of uniques dropping. Yeah. I could give the tank buddy a quintet, he might want it. He's going for a bleeding hedge tanky build, is what he's doing. The quintet is one of those shields that are actually always with the exactly same fixed stats. Most uniques have certain brackets between which the item would roll, but that's not the case with the quintet shield. It's always the exact same stats. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to be changing in this game.
Yesterday? I thought you were going to play on stream.
I wanted to play it on stream, but I realized there's gonna be a lot of disconnects and it's better to just play it offline, and I did play it offline, and then at the end I kind of got pissed because I was at the boss fight of the dojo. Like I was fighting Sophia, and after like 4 or 5 tries of me trying to beat her, and I was just barely getting to beat her, and I found the perfect pet combos to beat her, and then the game again disconnected me when it was just about to end the, like maybe let's say 20-30 minutes before ending the stress test, after the 2 extensions they did. And they just disconnected again from the server, and I got pissed off because I was so close to beating that NPC after so much trying and so many disconnects, and I just ran out of consumables, because when the server restarts I don't get back the consumables I've been using in my battle that I've been in while.
It was playable after a few hours.
It was playable, yeah, I played it for until almost the end. Like they extended it for like 2 hours, and it was nice to play it, and I managed to reach Sophia, the fight at the dojo. I beat the big boss in the fort, and then I beat all the different lieutenants before the dojo, and then for Sophia I had some troubles and I kept disconnecting while I was doing Sophia 2-3 times. And when you disconnect you don't get back your consumables. So when I reconnect, I just didn't have enough money to buy new consumables, new revives, new health potions. And at the end I just got pissed off and didn't even bother reconnecting after one of the few disconnects. But yeah, I guess that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to stream this time again with Temtem, because there were so many disconnects and it's expected, it's a stress test. So there were gonna be disconnects. Is this any good? I really need a purely physical damage with 3 sockets. The best thing that could happen to me would be a weapon with 3 sockets, maybe a 2-handed or 1-handed, with only physical damage, only material damage.
Tomorrow will be better.
Well, I'm not gonna play it on launch. I'm definitely not gonna play Temtem on launch, because if I were to spend the money that the game is worth it, I'm definitely gonna spend it on something else. I mean, it's a good game, but it's not my type of game. Wolcen, on the other hand, is my type of game. Chaos Bane, Torchlight Frontiers, even Vast Epoch. Like, if I had the money, I would afford and buy Vast Epoch. If I had the money to buy Temtem. But at the moment, what I'm doing is all the money I can get, I'm saving for an SSD. Because it would make a huge difference for me when rendering and working with certain software. So here for this setup I would need something that gives me not cost reduction but rather dissipation of this one, the transfer time. So I'm wondering, wait, is that where we need to go? Wasn't that where we came from? Oh, I can't see. Yeah, so we're this way. I'm gonna leave some enemies for him on the way.
I prefer Torchlight 2, but they don't even told us the release date yet. Last year I thought update 10 would be the last before release, but now I'm not so sure.
Oh, I don't think update 10 would be the last update before release. My guess is there's gonna be 1 or 2 bigger updates before release on Torchlight Frontiers. It makes sense because unless update 10 adds a lot of additional things, then yeah, okay. My teammate wants to solo the boss, okay. Build testing needs to be done, so if he wants to, I'm gonna let him solo the boss. So yeah, let's let him solo the boss. I think it's in the next room.
I think they will release more than they showed us. Do you think Torchlight has endgame content right now?
I am sure that Extra would release more than they have showed us with update 10. They've been doing that with every single update. They release more than they show us. Because they're constantly working on things that we don't even know about. And that's how it is with Torchlight Frontiers. At the moment, Torchlight Frontiers has fewer endgame content. Like the way map works in Torchlight Frontier. Improve the current endgame for Torchlight Frontiers, and they will do it eventually. But for now, they're focusing their attention towards adding the other core features, such as getting all the skills of all the classes, all 16 skills, then maybe the new class that is in the works, and then other things such as the maybe the things that they've told us would be coming with update 10. Most of them are very good things, such as the gambling NPC, the third frontier. All of that in Torchlight Frontiers is something that's huge for update 10. New frontier, gambling NPC, damage numbers, teleport to player. I mean, the list is huge. You can see on the travel what's that, and we've only seen certain things, but relic weapons rework and having five relics, not relic weapons but relics, because they changed the name now, and the mechanic would be great. And if they release the Guardian one, that means 6 relics. The current 3 one with 3 new ones, that's twice the relics. And so much stuff. And I've already seen on streams the 3 new skills that are coming with update 10. And in one of the streams, Godfly also mentioned another movement skill, not Shadow Step, but something similar to Shadow Step, but working in a different way. So that's something I'm gonna be looking forward to as well. And the Furnace skill for the Forged is amazing from what I've seen.
The rework is really good.
Yeah.
I like that you can have a relic without giving up your weapon.
Exactly, and this would be amazing for cannon builds. Yesterday in my stream in Torchlight Frontiers, I was saying how my forged cannon build doesn't rely on weapon damage. Like if I'm using only my my cannon damage, I really don't need my main hand and offhand that much. So instead of using a focus or something else as a bonus, I would be using a shield. And then you have cannon damage doing the main damage, and then you still have the shield.
Explode. I don't know if they kept that one.
That enemies explode, that's nice. That's definitely nice. Well, with the addition of the soft sets, there's gonna be that thing. Do you wanna min-max one set and get all 6 pieces, or do you wanna get 3 pieces from one set, get the extra bonus for 3 equipped pieces, and maybe get 3 pieces from another set? And if so, which 3 pieces from which set you're gonna get? So there's gonna be a lot of combos.
They showed on one of the screens, I believe.
Do you mean the one that explodes into holy boats from one of the new legendary items? Maybe it might have been one of those new legendary items. But yeah, those developer streams for Torchlight Frontiers are a great source of sneak peek content to see some behind the scenes footage that a regular streamer would not be able to show you, because we don't have access to the developer builds. I think Wolcen needs to do more the dev streaming, by the way. It would be nice once Wolcen launches to maybe make it a monthly dev stream.
I don't know if it was an item.
It might have been an item. I think there was an item with exploding enemies, and when they explode, I think there was holy boats shooting in all directions or something like that. Okay, something bugged out for a moment there. There's something I want to do quickly, just give me a moment. I need to use my task manager to close some processes. There we go, I'm ready. Oh no, fuck. I can't move.
Is the rifle/pistol coming in update 10?
Yes, the ranged weapons are coming with update 10 in Torchlight Frontiers, and it's gonna be amazing to have the shotgun and the pistols. I really want to do a dual pistol mage build in Torchlight Frontiers. Dual pistol mage in Torchlight Frontiers, and when it comes to Wolcen, when the game launches, I'm gonna be trying to do a necro with maybe a turret. I know it's boring to do a turret build, but I want to make the laziest as possible build. Summoner build combined with the turret setup, it couldn't get any more lazy than this. Get some minions, spam some turrets, and sit back and enjoy. This is probably gonna be a very fun setup. Oh wow, what happened? I went through some obstacles or something. Don't even know what that was, but okay. And it's nice that at the moment neither me nor my teammate is doing turrets. It's so rare to find people at the moment in the beta that don't play a turret build. Well, it's the easiest build to get without much investment. That's the thing about the turret build. If you're a new player or even if you're not a new player, it's still pretty easy to get it set up. Whereas some other builds would require some investment into gear, some farming. Like this build wouldn't be, the one I'm doing right now, wouldn't be as strong as it is if I didn't have the rage-based damage items. And even a yellow one would be a huge DPS boost if you get helmet and chest piece with some percentages of damage dealt based on unspent rage. This is why the crowd control reduction, crowd control immunity is great, because that's why I'm thinking a tank with abolition and this skill would be amazing. Because now everyone almost can crowd control me. Yeah, this was 34,000 damage, so it was definitely good damage. I wish this skill was a leap stomp. So charge it and then leap and stomp the enemies that are slightly further away from you. That way it would be nice to start charging it from afar without getting within range. Because yeah, as soon as I switched to this one I started taking a lot of damage because I have to stay in one place for a long time. I'm gonna have to see, maybe if there's a way to increase the stun duration it would be nice. This is where the boss would be, but it's still a bit early for that. Okay, I think the boss is ready. I want to test this on a boss fight. Just to see how much I can get. Was this where the boss is? Yeah. And of course I would get the boss with the fucking knockback. Yeah. The boss with the knockback, the worst one possible for this. And now I can't stay in one place to use this skill. This seems to be for a tank. As I said, Abolition acts to get crowd control immunity. And the tanky setup is what this version of the skill is supposed to be for. This enemy is rent imbued. Okay, if I were to go for a bit more tankier setup and do something like this. And then again keep this one. See what's gonna happen. Wanna see how low the damage would be. What is he trading me? I don't need this scimitar. Okay. Wow, okay. The tankier setup isn't as tanky as I thought it would be. Cause it's not actually a tanky setup, it's just me putting on a shield. So far from being tanky. And the damage is very bad with the Abolition Act. What if I were to try Abolition Act and this dagger? Let's see how that would work for me. And again. Yeah, this seems to be only it seems to be meant for a tank. Using this item and this version of the skill, the Will to Crush. So as I suspected, it's not meant to be used for a damage setup. It's meant to be used for more of a support sort of a setup. This skill, but with the two-hander, I could do 36,000 on Anvil's Woe charged without even min-maxing the setup. I wasn't using a trial belt. I wasn't using a second gauntlet like this one. So it can definitely be improved upon. But it seems like this is the better way to do it at the moment. And the best way is to do this. This one is also not bad, but the attack is very slow with this one. But let's see how much damage I can get with two Arbiter Rings without charging. And I'm gonna see with the charging setup as well. I think with the charging setup I can get it to like 30,000. Oh, well. It's very slow. When you put arbiter rings, that instantly removes like 50% of my attack speed, and it's not 50% of my attack speed score, but 50% of my attack speed, which is something that shouldn't be mistaken for attack speed score. This one gives attack speed score. This one removes attack speed. So that's a huge difference. And I'm wondering if one of those rings together with Sunny or one of those rings together with Sagarneris might be a better option. I also want to try something now. Ah, they died before I could hit them. Shit. Fuck. I can't test this here. Shit, it didn't work. Damn, this is annoying. I released it and it didn't attack. They kind of interrupted me in the worst possible moment. I want to see how much damage I can get. I think I can get 30 something, maybe even 40 something. If I could get 30 something thousand before, without the arbiter, with the arbiter, probably close to 40 something thousand in damage. And I need to make sure my rage is maxed out. Wait, why? Why? My character went there instead of here, weird. Okay, I need to find some enemies to test this on. $36,000, that was barely worth anything.
Does this game have really fast builds like Diablo?
Yeah, it does have fast builds like Diablo. It does have a lot of fast builds like Diablo. I'm just testing something completely strange and weird, that's why it might seem a bit slow. But it definitely has fast builds. It has a spin to win build, which I could show you. I can quickly just show you how the spin to win build works just by changing one skill. It's not a complete spin to win build, but you can see it. Like, just like Diablo 3, the spin to win would not be the meta build for clearing and pushing, but it's good for speed farming some of the easier content like the one I'm doing right now. Of course, I'm not currently built for it.
That Torchlight doesn't allow super fast builds.
Yeah, for Torchlight Frontiers, the game is set up in such a way that in Torchlight Frontiers you don't want to be speedrunning, whereas in this game speedrunning is something that would end up rewarding you. In Torchlight Frontiers, the way the enemies are set up is you don't need a fast build because the monsters don't spawn that fast in Torchlight Frontiers. There are some enemies that spawn only once you pass through a certain place in the map. Like passing through a certain building makes some enemies show out of it. So it's just the whole design of Torchlight Frontiers is different to games like this one. And it's good. The way the game is made there, it fits. Like it fits not having super fast speedrunning builds, but with the addition of Shadow Step and Luminous Run combined with it, the mage in Torchlight Frontiers would be pretty fast. Currently, the only class that is kind of slow is the Forged in Torchlight Frontiers, because the Forged doesn't have a nice movement skill. But the Forge has 20% permanent movement speed as a passive, which again is not as much as spamming the 50% movement on the other two classes, but it's still okay. So yeah, this is one version of slightly faster build, but at the moment I'm not built for a spin to win. But just wanted to show it to you. And there's many other builds. There's a teleporting build for the mage. And this game is currently in beta, but when it launches it's gonna have 3 times the content and 10-15 times the build depth.
But they won't have 100% cooldown reduction like Diablo 3.
Well, I'm not sure how it will be. I mean, you do have a lot of items that can give you cooldown reduction, and you do have a lot of other things that can give you. There are some skills that don't have cooldowns. There are some skills that you can change to, instead of using cooldown, using stamina. Like my number 1 skill is changed to such a state. It normally has a cooldown, and I've made it so that it uses my stamina points, and the stamina points are used for physical dodging. So this Wings of Ishmir is this skill that I can now spam. Okay, let's see. I don't need this. I don't need this. And the socketing system was teased. Currently, we have a Diablo 2 style socketing system, but when the game launches, the socketing system would be a mixture between Diablo 2 socketing and Path of Exile crafting. So it's gonna be very, very interesting when this comes into the game. Let's see which one is the stronger. $23.31. Okay, I can give my teammate some stuff if he wants it. And this I wanna put back here, this I wanna put here, this I wanna put here, and this here. And you can learn skills by getting skill tomes. So the way you find skills in the game is like Diablo 1. You find it and then you learn it. And then if you keep finding skills that you've already learned, you can sell them for affinity. Affinity is used for various things, such as either leveling up a skill or for respecking. You can respec your passives for affinity that is 100 times your level. So currently I'm level 20, that means I respect my passives for 2000. If I'm level 90, which would be the maximum level when the game launches, that means it's gonna cost 9000 to respec. Affinity for the passives, those are the passives, and you can rotate this and you have to link them. See, those are not active because they're not linked. Now they're linked and they're active, and then you're gonna have a third tree on the launch, which brings another 12 disciplines. Currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 disciplines. So you don't have classes in the game, you pick your classes by investing into certain skill trees. So that's just a preview of what's to come. Where did my teammate go? There we go. I want to give him some stuff. And you have uniques and you have legendaries. Sometimes legendaries would be better than uniques. Sometimes yellow items would be better than a legendary until you find a legendary with the same stats. And there's gonna be something that currently is not in the game called regions. Regions would allow you to remove mods from an item, or add mods to an item, or remove one mod and add one random mod, or other things such as completely rerolling all mods on an item. So similar to to Path of Exile, but there's gonna be some control in regards to the socketed items in a to the socketed gems in an item. Depending on the type of the socketed gem, there's gonna be some things you can do with the item. So let's say I have this material damage socketed in a sword that I wanna reroll, and I want to get material damage. So while rerolling with 3 socketed material damage sockets, gems, I'm making sure that I have a higher chance to reroll material damage. There's gonna be some min-max stuff going on, but yeah, currently we have a small number of uniques and it's still quite a lot what we've seen at the moment in the game. So I just can't wait for everything to get released and to see what I can do then. And there are certain item modifiers that only drop in one mode. This mode here. What's its name? It's called Wrath of Saricel map mode, which is with tainted enemies. So when you're rerolling for what map you wanna do, you kind of select the difficulty, and higher difficulty means higher enemy level. So this is enemy level 1 above mine. So 21 if I'm level 20, 91 if I'm level 90. This one is 28 times 28 over my level. So if I'm level 20, this is gonna be 48 enemies. This is gonna be level 51 enemies, and it goes all the way to champion 9, which increases, each one of those increases by 3 points. So if this is 31, then we have another 24 levels up to, what would that make, 55 enemy levels. So if I'm level 20, that's gonna be what, level 75 enemies. So there's definitely a good thing that there's a limit. I'm a big fan of having limit to the end game stuff. Okay, I'm gonna do something solo to see how it works. He can join me. He needs some time. He's probably checking some build setup or anything like that. So we can give them this. We can give them some thing like this, and we can taint them. I'm gonna try and show you the tainted modifier. The tainted changes it. Normally when you start a map, you have to do 6 map runs before you can complete a checkpoint. You can return after each one of those, but returning would stop the run. But if you go for 6 maps in a row, then you unlock 2 more checkpoints. So each time you start a map of a certain difficulty, you've not unlocked the next 2 checkpoints. If you complete those 6 maps, you would end up unlocking the next 2 checkpoints on that interface you saw me earlier. But this one, this mod, when you taint the enemies, it adds some a bit more difficult enemies. It makes it so that the monsters don't drop wood, and you get all the wood at the end, but it's only a single run. Only a single run with some special enemies. You can see just now a mine sewer enemy appeared. And the mine sewer is 1 out of 3 different types of enemies that can appear currently in this mod. And all 3 of those enemies, each one of them has its own special attack that they can do. This one can grab me. If I'm up close, it can grab me and smash me into the ground. There's another one that can start stabbing you from up close, which is pretty annoying, by the way, if not dealt with, because you need your teammate to hit it to stop it. When you're doing solo, that mechanic doesn't exist. I hope they remove it, because it's a very annoying mechanic. For when you're multiplayer and you're not sticking together, it could be a bit of a bummer. So now that's an untainted zealot. The untainted zealot can shoot you in the air. Like he lifts you into the air, he does like a aerial attack combo, and then after that he releases you on the ground, and if you don't have a lot of HP, it's gonna be a one-shot. If you're lucky enough to have a good HP, it's not gonna be one-shot. And the thing is, this map mode, this type of game mode can reward you certain item modifiers that don't reward on the regular ones. Currently my helmet and my armor give me a certain percentage of damage based on my unspent rage points. So that means if I'm stacking max rage, I'm gonna be getting more bonuses from this. And this is the mode that can get you such items. And dying in this map mode would result in lower rewards at the end. Like here we didn't die and we earned S plus rank. If one of us died once, it would have been S. If we had 2 total deaths, it would have been A, and so on. And depending on how good you do, you get different rewards. And you can see some of those items might have some special modifiers, like this +2 element stacks. Gain 1 stamina point when at 30% of max HP or lower. Allows the bearer to cast Phantom Blades. Phantom Blades can be used with daggers, I think, and pistols. And this allows you to use it on an axe. So that's just some examples of items that you can get in this mode. Definitely some interesting stuff. So you can get a staff that allows you to use a certain melee skill if you want, or you can use a melee weapon, like a two-handed melee weapon that allows you to use a turret, for example, which is something many people are trying to get. This armor gives me max willpower and rage. Not bad. So interesting things that can be gotten from those modes. I'm not gonna taint this time. Now we're gonna do a regular one. We're starting a map run, and I picked veteran one, something that's not too fast, not too slow to farm. It's kind of fast farming, and it's still okay wood quality. And I'm using a farming belt. This belt gives me up to 50% magic find. Mine gives me 48, but the best you can get on this belt is 50. There's gonna be a lot more stuff though, a lot more stuff when the game launches. For the past 4 months there haven't been updates. Just some hot fixes for the past 4 months. Which means they had a lot of time to work on the launch. To make sure it's to its best state they can give us. And later I can probably respect my build and try something else. I'm also open to suggestions. For chat, if you want to see certain builds, let me know. If you want to see a mage, ranger, rogue, assassin, etc., tank, let me know, and I'm gonna try and attempt to make some sort of a build that fits the bill. If you want to see builds with certain unique items, I can do that. At the moment I was thinking of testing later today a build that uses those unique force shield shoulders with the reduced spell cost, and being able to maybe spam fireballs or being able to spam the Aether spell, something like that. I'm gonna figure out what would be the best. It's definitely meant to spam some spells with those shoulders. Damn, this guy was strong. Let's group more of them together. Oh wow, knockbacks.
I would like to see a mage build using staff.
Mage build using staff. That's something I wouldn't mind doing. It's gonna be a fun build. Okay. Next time I'm in the town, I'm gonna respec and do a mage staff build. Keep in mind that mage staff builds probably won't be as OP as a mage build with main hand offhand setup, but it's gonna be fun. For adept, I can definitely make a build that can do the easiest type of content without a problem. I also wanted to make something with the zap stick or with the chrono cell, so I do have some unique items I want to make builds around. And the weirdest thing is those items give attack damage, not just spell damage. Hello, Wicked Alien. Welcome to my Twitch, dude. Nice to see you here. And hope you enjoy your stay. And J-Bay, welcome to my YouTube, if I haven't seen you before, although it does sound familiar, the name. If anyone wants to play together as well, you're always welcome to join us. We've got room for 2 more people. But yeah, at the moment I'm trying to just figure out some more synergies before the servers get wiped.
Wicked_alien, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
And before the online mode gets shut down for 2 weeks, I'm gonna try and do as much trading to open up some possibilities for experimentation as I can. So at the moment I'm looking for the trial belt, the unique trial belt for damage. It's not for damage, for weakness, which would end up giving me more damage. I'm looking for another one of those gauntlets. And maybe another one of those shoulders, the unique shoulders, which I'm not using right now. Because the unique shoulder would give me 15% attack damage. But on a physical only build, this build is only using physical damage. This weapon only does material. So only material, not physical, but just material. But it's benefiting from bonuses like this one. I missed my turn. Is the boss spawned? Yeah, the boss is spawned. Somewhere around there. Wait, it's not there. I came from there. How? How is the boss this way when I came from this way? I'm gonna check it. Maybe I missed a turn. Maybe there's something that goes south from this part there. You never know. Yeah, it still says south. Okay, I see where the boss would be, somewhere around there. Okay, let's group them up. boss could be a bit of a pain in the bum for this build, by the way. Because this spin to win is pretty annoying on the boss for other melee builds that are not tanky. It melts my HP pretty quickly. I'm just gonna pull away from him, heal up, and then do this. Okay, let's move deeper. Interesting. Need to kill a lot more enemies to get the boss to spawn. I wish the bosses were spawned so that you can rush and kill them, and then just need to kill enemies to get the portals to reappear for the next level. So, kind of like Chaos Bane. In Warhammer Chaos Bane, the bosses are spawned, and you can either kill the enemies first or the boss first and then kill the enemies needed to fill the bar to enter a certain map. Alright, moving on. Stunning what? Like I can stun with this Q, and I'm not sure whether my wings can stun because I didn't add stun on it. But this one can also stun if I add it. I've just removed it for more rage generation. And I do have a passive that gives me 25% extra damage to stunned enemies. Stunned, sword, frozen, in stasis. So pretty interesting. I can't wait to see the new passive trees in detail and see what we have in there. That was a nice unexpected legendary. Not so bad, but it's bad. Oh, 3 elites. Let's group them up together. What types of elites? They're all sphere. Wonder if I can group them up. I'm gonna do something now. Let's do this. And there's one thing about this game, since it's using the Cry engine, it's a bit more heavy on the CPU of a game, so it's more demanding for a better CPU. And especially if you're planning on streaming the game, you might need a good GPU to handle the stream and handle the CPU power for the game. For me, before I upgraded some components, it was a bit slower and waggy when I played this game and streamed it. And even people who have much better machines than me sometimes say that there's FPS drops, even when single player, even when not streaming with better machines. So it's just the nature of the engine. It's a bit difficult to optimize more than what's currently here, but I'm sure that there's gonna be some optimizations coming. What I'm expecting though is when the game launches, I'm expecting 4 bugs. There's always bugs when games launch. You add new stuff, things break. But I'm hoping that at least the old bugs would be fixed, all the bugs we've already seen in the game. This is what I'm hoping would be fixed when the game launches. And since they took extra 2 weeks to polish it, to make sure that it's in a good state when it launches, I'm kind of believing that they would have fixed all of that. Oh, okay, there's a lot of enemies here. I'm just gonna go for the boss fight. Oh, I didn't do damage to the boss. Sucks. Oh, this is not hitting it? Ah, it moved. So the bosses have something like stun resistance timer. So once you stun it, for a few seconds after that it has immunity to stun. So I can't stun walk it, which is kind of nice. This is a fun mechanic, having something to prevent you from stun walking a certain boss. If there wasn't such a mechanic, then I would have been able to stun with every single skill I use if I had stun on that one. Then it would have been too much of a OP factor. I got frozen. Okay, thankfully I recovered before they could kill me. Oh wow. So many of those ghosts spawning. No, I didn't want to go charge that way. Look at all the stunned enemies around me. Oh, fuck. I don't have rage. Well, that went okay. Broke a sweat there. Okay, need to recharge my rage for a moment. This transfer time is what I need. I need faster transfer time so that it could go quicker there. Wondering if using marked impurity instead of tracker's reach would be a fun setup to try. But I like tracker's reach because it allows me to get far away enemies and group them up neatly together and then just follow up with an anvil. So there's this as a synergy as well. Oh, come on. Well, got this one. So let's try it. Let's try and see if I can get this setup done. Mark of impurity instead of tracker's reach? No, I can't. Not with the two-hander. Well, I've got everything I might want from the skills that I can equip. Let's charge at the boss from here. Nice. That's what I wanted to do. I'm gonna wait for a moment and then charge again. Shit, shit, shit. No, 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 don't hit me with the code. Good. This code can be very annoying. If I got frozen and there were shit tons of enemies around me, it would have been an insta death. The worst thing this boss can do is freeze you and then instantly use the beam. And then he can keep spawn killing you with the beam unless you wait for the beam to disappear before resurrecting. And I think what we need in this game is invulnerability after resurrecting for a few seconds. Invulnerable but not being able to do damage. Kind of like other games like Chaos Bane. You die, you pay to resurrect in the same place, and then after you resurrect there's like 1 second or second and a half or 2 seconds or whatever when you won't be able to do damage, but you won't be able to take damage either. Just to prevent enemies from spawn camping your corpse and resulting in perma res whoop. Thinking about wood. Maybe my wood senses might be tingling. Let's see. There hasn't been a good drop in a while. So yeah, it's time for my wood senses to start tingling. I hope I find one of those red chests soon. See. Okay. pretty close to the final boss fight of this map. No, no, no. Fuck. I ended up doing a very bad thing. Yeah. I'm gonna give them some time to get away from me. There we go. Now I can... Oh, it's multiplayer, so I can't res myself. I forgot about this. I got so used to playing solo that I thought it was single player. Well, now I can't revive. Or can I? Oh, I can respawn, never mind. Since he's not in combat, I can respawn and still res myself. That's nice. That's actually a way to cheese it. If you can dual box it, you're gonna be able to cheese it that way. Because normally it's only 3 times you can revive, but with this thing, if you have a teammate in the town, you can revive as many times as you want with this respawn mechanic. But yeah, I'm hoping that on launch you will have some extra endgame content. And there's one extra mode. We have story mode, we have this endgame mode, and then there's another one that says coming soon when we go to the game creation menu. So I'm wondering what that one would be. Probably the exploration one. It most likely would be the free exploration where we are gonna be able to farm the enemies from the story mode. Like Grim Dawn style and Diablo style. Going into dungeons from the story, killing named enemies and bosses. That's my guess for the third mode over there. That currently says coming soon. Okay. Damn, I woke up too early today. I woke up in 6 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, and it's already kind of like 6 in the evening. Starting to feel tired, but I think after I have dinner in an hour or two, I would stop feeling tired. So I'm gonna stream for another hour and a half, two maybe, then have dinner break, and after that time will tell whether I will be doing another evening stream for another 2, 3, 4 hours or so. But there's a lot of things I want to try. After this map I'm gonna end it and go to the town and respect to Mage. Because Jay said he wants to see Mage, and I want to see Mage myself. With the shoulders I got the other day. So let's do this. Let's complete that one. And now the build I'm gonna be making is probably gonna be some projectiles and things like that. First off, let's get rid of this gear here. So staff mage. I'm gonna pick the 2 unique staffs and experiment with them. And then I have legs like those, which are great as well. Those are meant for shadow damage though. Then I have those 2 shoulders, which are also great, and this is also nice. Although it's not a 4 shield item, it does give me 284 shield, so it's gonna be interesting to test with that. This one's gonna be interesting to test, but it's meant to be for ailment builds, so I'm gonna see how it goes. This one is also nice, but this is more for an assassin, for a one-handed with this one to give you extra shadow damage to attacks. What else am I gonna change? I already made builds with this one, so I'm not gonna use this one this time around. Well, unique wise, I think I'm done with the uniques. I'm gonna be using those boots. But am I really gonna be using those boots? Cause not sure if I need this material damage if I'm gonna be doing other types of damage. So just gonna check my battle staffs. I think they're all shitty and I sold them. 1 time flat damage, 2 times flat damage. Yeah, they're kind of shitty, so I'm not gonna be using those stuffs. I'm gonna be using the uniques and see if I can figure out a build with each of those. So this is for stasis stacks, this is for shock stacks. This gives lightning damage to attacks, this doesn't give damage to attacks. Oh, it does, Aether damage to attacks. But what I would need is damage to spells. Transfer time reduction, shock element damage. Freeze and burn chance become shock chance. Okay, this is something I'm gonna be doing. A zapstick setup. So let's do the zapstick combo. What we want here is to respec first. So I'm gonna be needing this one. Most likely this one and this one. I need a wall for shield. So this is nice. This is nice. A bit more crit damage is probably what I want. And I can get some projectile damage. I'm probably gonna get this one pierce. Projectile damage. Probably cooldown reduction would be nice, but let's get this for shield. Max willpower and rage might be good. Oh, I forgot one of the most important things. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot of points. If I'm doing a 4 shield build and I don't take this, then it's kind of equal to suicide. Because I'm gonna have very little HP and all the damage over time will go into my HP. And it's gonna be just a bad time. So I'm gonna think of other ways to reach this one. And I'm gonna do this. I could go all in and be extra tanky, but I don't think that's what I'm gonna do. So now I need to reach this one here, and the best way to reach it probably would be I think this is the least number of points spent. Because if I were to come through this way, it wouldn't work as well. Like, how many points would it be that way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, a lot of points that I really don't want to be spending. If I'm not doing a rage-based build, it just doesn't feel right. Hmm. Okay, let's see how this works. We want things like Fireball and the whitening version of it. Then another thing I would want is Arctic Spear. I want Aether Jump. If you're going for a full mage, I'm a big fan of this skill. Because there's not much more I can get. Winter's Grasp is also nice, so maybe something like this if you want a full mage. Can this do ailments though? The problem with using this is it reduces my elemental damage, and this is supposed to be elemental build, so I'm gonna need different legs. I'm gonna need different legs, and I'm gonna need elemental damage stuff. I had elemental damage items here. This is elemental damage, this is elemental damage, but it's not much. It's barely giving me any. For a coat I've got good stacking. Material. not bad. Alright, this one's nice. Just checking what would work well with this setup. Spells, willpower generation, attack, no. It's supposed to be shock stuff, so we need more shock stuff. This elemental damage, this might be okay. This might be nice to test. And I think that's it in regards to what I can pick up from my warehouse. I remember having something with elemental damage somewhere, but I think I sold it by accident. So this material damage gets replaced by this one, and I'm gonna have to use those two. But my force shield is only 2.2 thousand. This barely is worth it. 2.6 thousand. For the belt, I'm gonna try and use the one with a lot of force shield. This one. A bit more tanky. Wait, where did it go? How's my wisdom? 140 wisdom. Pretty much got a lot of it. Wait, I need to recharge my headset, just a second. Okay, I hope this build kind of works fine. Probably those rings are not the best ones I wanna use, but at least they give me a bit of everything. First of all, a quick test on Adept. Let's see how it works now. Wait, my teammate is writing to me on Discord. So this is supposed to be doing good damage on. It's supposed to be doing good damage based on ailments, not on direct damage. And I'm gonna need this one. So I'm gonna have to pay attention to how much damage we're doing from those ailments. But since everything dies with one hit, it's a bit difficult to tell. So maybe I should have done something a bit more difficult, but we'll see. Once I reach an elite enemy, I'm gonna be able to tell what the story would be. My biggest gripe with mages was how to generate willpower with a clear mage. Normally you have to use some sort of a rage skill if you want to be generating willpower. And this was my gripe with mages. Why I felt it feels weird to play them. But there's something I could do. So there's something I can do. To get rage, I can do this. To get willpower, I can do this, and this would use rage. This turns this spell into... This turns this spell into a shadow, and shadow costs rage, and that way I can do some sort of a balance without needing to... The problem is I'm losing elemental damage with this. But the main deal about this build would be playing the build, which would be the difficult part, because with this skill here, killing an enemy grants you 5% damage for each ailment stack on that enemy, up to 5 stacks. That means I can get 25 Shadow, 25 Frost, 25 Aether, Whitening, etc. depending what skills I use. I do have a Sacred, I have a Shadow, I have a Whitening, and I have a Frost. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 types of damage. 4 types of damage, each of those would give me 25% extra damage based on this type. So the longer you keep playing the setup, the stronger it would get. Wait, glitch? It wasn't doing damage at all. But I'm seeing very low numbers. And I think those low numbers are because of the legs. I mean, ailment damage is supposed to be super high with this one, and it just doesn't look like it is. So this enemy is taking 500 ailment damage. This is not worth it. And I'm stacking so many ailment damage bonuses that it's just funny how low the damage is in this case. I mean, I'm gonna be better off if I don't go for an ailment setup, but this gives me 100 ailment damage. Then I've got notes like this one gives me 30%. This one gives me 30% ailment damage. Then I've got this one for another 20 ailment and spell, which also should apply to the ailment spell damage, and this one as well. So It just makes no sense why the ailment damage is so low. Do I need something different to maximize it? And I'm going all in on ferocity, so do I need to go all in on the willpower for this? Does willpower increase the ailment damage? Let's see. It increases the ailment chance score, wisdom, but ailment damage is what I'm looking for. And I think when the game launches eventually, we would be able to use two spells of the same type, but with different modifiers. So let's say I want to be using Shadow Thunderstrike together with the Lightning Thunderstrike. That I think would be possible eventually in the game. Maybe not right when the game launches, but with one of the upcoming updates, something like that might end up being a thing in the game. And my gauntlets, I probably shouldn't be using this one because this is damage to attacks and I'm not doing material damage, so that means I need to change this to another one like this one. That's gonna be extra 4 shield as well. But yeah, this is reducing my material by 18%. If I were to go for that one, then I'm gonna be going for stasis. And if I'm going for stasis, I can get rid of the whitening here. And get extra damage. More likely to apply ailments. And then I can change Arctic Spear to maybe Annihilation. Let's check how this would work. I'm not seeing a lot of ailment damage at all. Probably willpower is what I'm gonna need. Maybe the ailment damage stacks from willpower rather than from other things. Oh, he's here. Am I still using the shadow? I'm still using the shadow legs. If I stop using the shadow legs, and this is turning slowly, but you have a modifier to make it turn faster when using this. There's also the modifier with 2 beams, which is pretty fun. this one. Okay. Wait, I'm stunned. Fuck, I can't move. So yeah, there's many ways I guess this can be played. And since I'm not using the shadow legs anymore, I can't regenerate my willpower easily by using rage. That means I don't need this one though. I can try and do some whitening combo. Let's see. But yeah, my only problem with the mage, if you go full mage, is not being able to regenerate the willpower quick enough. You have to start attacking with the staff, and just attacking with the staff is equal to suicide in harder content. For this year content, any build is fine. Just some builds are much faster than others. See, having to attack with basic attacks is just bullshit. Where the warrior can just continuously spin to win, the mage can't continuously few to kill. And that's why this needs to be with shadow. And I need to be wearing those legs. And this stuff seems like the better option. This would have been a great setup if I had access to the whitening and shadow thunder strikes at the same time. Oh wow, did not see this killing me that quickly. And yeah, my force shield is pretty low at the moment. he's not in combat, I can res. He's still in combat. Another thing is I can make this shadow and use this as whitening. But if this is shadow, I won't be able to spend my rage quick enough. This is supposed to still be able to freeze, but does shock, which is quite interesting. The shock stacks are also applied to myself, interesting as well. And this is supposed to be used with an attack instead of spell. So this is good if you're using some mix between stasis attacks and Aether spells. But yeah, both stuff seem to be made for a hybrid build where you're using attacks and spells. Both unique ones. He's still in combat, maybe fighting the boss. I wish I could spectate while that would have been a bit more fun instead of watching my corpse decaying here. Interesting pose of dying, by the way. Well, we have to wait now. Not sure what's happening. But his HP is changing, so he's fighting for sure. Probably the boss. Nice. The fight must still be going. Either the fight is still going or an enemy still has aggro on him somewhere behind. He's asking me what to do on Discord. I'm wondering which enemy. Well, either this, or I'm gonna have to get him to die. That's gonna be the other way if it doesn't work. Well, but yeah, mage builds do seem kind of weak, but this, first of all, this is not what I want for a mage build. This is also not what I would want for a mage build. Might change it for that one. But material damage, what physical rend toxic, and I'm not doing physical rend or toxic with anything. I mean, I could do a material mage build, but it's gonna be different. Material mage build would be a toxic mage build with the toxicator ray. Now, not sure what to do. If I could see him, I could try and tell him maybe where the enemy might be hiding. But sometimes there's enemies falling through the ground. The other day I saw an enemy falling through the ground. And I couldn't kill it. Oh, there we go, I can finally respawn. So that was the enemy. But yeah, my ailments barely do any damage. I'm wondering why this is the case. Supposed to be with this super stacked ailment damage setup. And my guess is I need wisdom instead of ferocity. Let's equip this in the meantime, see how this works. So what if I were to do this and then do something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of things about playing pure mage that I just don't get why they work in such a way. And without the shadow whitening strike, I can't keep up my willpower up. Oh, something dropped. Please be something with elemental damage, come on. No, not elemental. This gives me spell cost reduction, a lot of generation for the force shield. I still think I'd rather go for something like this one. Because this is a legendary can give me 16%, maybe even more cost reduction. This 27 force shield and 29 force shield, I'm wondering if it's force shield to this item, because it doesn't say to this item. So I think just a basic, those shoulders give me a basic boost of my force shield. Let's see, I've got 2.9 thousand, and if I were to do this, .5. So yeah, this shoulder definitely gives you a boost, an increase to the force shield. To the total one you've got, not to the one from the item. Oh. And with the battle staff, this probably would work better in the way I play it right now, instead of a unique one. Because I can stack more ailments that way, but I kind of got rid of the good stuffs I had. Was that shoulders? A code damage. Actually, I might keep this one. Alright, the boss is ready. Okay. I'm not sure whether I did a lot of damage with my ailments. I don't think it went more than 1.8 thousand, which is pretty shitty. Maybe 2000, but yeah, that's shitty damage. Okay, an axe. Wondering if he's using the damage shockwave on Warpath. I saw that he's using the Living Trio behind, and I don't think the Living Trio behind is doing a lot of damage. I've never tested it myself, so I might test it next time I'm playing on a Warpath setup. Where is it? Oh, it's here. What dropped? I'm just checking for some good yellow stuff. Whitening damage. If only this one didn't have whitening. Still trying to find a one-handed weapon without elemental damage. And without a coat. Okay. Wait, which way? Oh, I see.
Farming for the wipe in 10 days, Kappa.
Yeah, we are farming for the wipe. Indeed. And it's not 10 days though, it's 23 days, but yeah. It is still 3 weeks. Because the launch date got pushed from the 30th of January to the 13th of February. And by the way, welcome back, the third ladder. If you haven't seen the update, not the update but the news from the other day regarding what's gonna change with the item socketing system, how it's gonna turn into more of a crafting system rather than just a socketing system with regions. It's kind of like a mixture between Diablo 2 socketing mixed with Path of Exile crafting in a way, so you might want to check the news if you haven't. It's on Steam, all the information.
I saw.
Oh, you saw it. Well, it's gonna be great. I think that's gonna add another extra depth of layering certain things for a build.
Testing coming. Kind of scary.
A lot of changes indeed. Okay. Definitely a lot of stuff to look forward to. Did he go into the town?
But that's
Oh, he's using the frost armor.
I have time to continue Monster Hunter fun.
Yeah. Monster Hunter definitely can provide some fun if you're into that type of playstyle. It has those huge massive battles there. In regards to not massive in numbers, but massive in how big the enemies are. Swinging those big swords. Monster Hunter has the fantasy equivalent of BFG. Like, if games like shooters have BFGs, Monster Hunter has big
Almost
fucking weapons.
hours in Monster Hunter
Big
world.
fucking swords. 1k hours, wow, and the game is not that old. So if you've already spent 1k hours, that's a lot.
I put 400 hours in first 2 months LOL.
Wow, that's a lot.
Then I took a break.
Well, it makes sense to take a break after putting so much hours in 2 months. Kind of to take a break for a while, eh?
Yeah, but new expansion, so now it's time for another 400. Many K.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people that I'm following on Twitch have been playing this Monster Hunter stuff. The Iceborne. If I had access to the game, I probably would have put some bit of play hours in it myself. Material damage.
Yeah, it's an amazing game. Especially for newcomers.
This mage looks amazing though. I wanna take a screenshot here. I wonder if there was a screenshot mode to remove the UI. Was there hide UI settings, controls? Hide UI? No hide UI. Oh, it's gonna have to be taken like this. I want some whiting though. I want some whiting here. There we go, I took the screenshot. Can't wait to see the new armor models, the new armor designs. I already saw new icons of new looking armors, so I'm wondering what those would be like. And yeah, the old Monster Hunter gamers were so tedious. I've played some of the older ones, and on consoles that was not on PC, but not on my own consoles, on other people's consoles. And they did seem a bit grindy, whereas the new one seems to have so much variety in regards to what you can do and what you can craft. But I guess the basic of it is kill monsters, get wood, craft things with the wood that monsters drop in Monster Hunter. Unless there's something else that I'm missing. In the gathering, of course, there's gathering and things like that, but unless I misunderstood it and there isn't gathering. But if I remember correctly, there was some sort of gathering. I've never played Monster Hunter World, just the old ones. Dauntless seems like the poor man's Monster Hunter, and this seemed very tedious. And I did play Dauntless as like a pre-order like when it was very early access, like closed beta stuff. But for me that type of playstyle I think gets pretty boring pretty quickly. I'm wondering if I should change this to something else, but that's a lot of force shield. And a lot of weakness chance, curse chance. So I should play this mage a bit more safe, because I'm kind of rushing next to the enemies with my teleports, and that's what probably gets me killed most of the time. But yeah, mages are kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm not playing it right, but the ailment mage seems kind of weak at the moment. Even stacking so many buffs as you can see at the bottom on me. Hello Drak, nice to see you Drak, welcome to my YouTube. Not sure what you mean by south. Is that something that you're suggesting to use? Do you mean to use a second willpower potion instead of HP and willpower? And yeah, I think instead of a zap stick, I'd be better off using a battle staff here, a good road battle staff. And instead of going for the whiting, going for a more occult damage based build instead of elemental. I think making it occult would be the better choice. And going for dark and white, sacred shadow, sacred shadow. And I do have better items for occult damage setup, so might as well go all in on that. Just need to find the good stuff. Wondering how much weakness I've applied on the enemy. Let's see. Forest, nice, I'm loving forests. Wow, they just keep spawning. Okay. It's fun that this item can apply shock stacks on me. And when I shock the enemies, I shock myself too. But the thing is, I don't end up shocking myself, maybe because of my resistances, or I'm not seeing anything negative going on there. Let's see. There's more. They just keep coming. What happened here? Maybe he got wood, or did he say something? No, he didn't. Okay, just wanted to make sure that I'm not missing some energy, some messages. But yeah, the elements, I think the elements do up to 1.5 2000 damage. Maybe some of the damage I'm seeing is crit elements, but I can't tell whether it's crit direct or crit element. I'm only gonna be able to tell on bosses or elites when I start kiting. I think this element damage is not worth it here. This would be much stronger if I don't go for an ailment based setup. I think a mage without the ailment based setup might end up being a bit better. I mean, still using the ailments to get that extra damage buff, but without the nodes that reduce the the default ailment, the default damage. And that way I can save some nodes and invest into more spell power and attack power and stuff. If I want a pure mage setup rather than a hybrid. No.
You need a rage spender, no? Why not
I
use
do have
mines
rage
for
spender.
turrets?
I do have rage spender. This one costs rage. 66 rage. You can see. This is my rage spender. Look at that. And this is thanks to those legs. Those legs make my shadow-based spells use rage. This means I can get this one to use rage, and I can get this one if I want to. If I want to make this shadow, it will use rage as well. It's a pretty nice choice of having a rage spender on a mage without having to go into a rogue. I just think going for ailment damage is what I don't want to. I don't want to be using the ailment, but I wanted to try it. I wanted to try making a pure ailment mage with this agony chest piece. So the next logical step for me would be to remove the ailment based stuff. I'm still gonna be keeping the immortal offering because it's huge damage boost. Well, now this is gonna be tough. I don't think I can res him. Yeah, I don't think I can res him. But hopefully I can beat the boss without dying. No, 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 no. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't see them. I hate when I can't see where the enemy is. Thankfully I see on the map where they are, and I have some rough idea. Okay, choke point. Use the choke point. Use the choke point. Maybe I'm in combat. I'm probably still in combat. Was that it? Okay, I'm gonna do some changes now. He wanted to do mage as well. I'm gonna go for a occult build, and thankfully I have much better items if I wanna do a occult build for shadow and sacred damage and stuff like that. I don't want this to be kept, I don't want this to be kept, so for occult damage I can immediately go grab this one, I can grab this one, I can grab this one. And then I'm probably not gonna use the shoulder, but I'm gonna check. The good thing about this mage shoulder is it gives you force shield, but not force shield on this item, but force shield in general. So having two of those is like 60% force shield, which is a huge boost. So instead of using agony and ferocity cooldown, I'm gonna go all in here with the force shield. I can either grab this one with ferocity and cooldown, but 200 less force shield, or I can get this one and go all in on the defensive part. Or maybe this max willpower and rage. I mean, rage-based damage would be great, but I don't have a chest piece with rage-based damage for mage. I've got one. Where did it go? I've got one somewhere here for a tank, and I think I've got one for rogue somewhere here. Might have given it away though. So first let's do what I wanted and reset the passives. So this won't be needed. And I can do this maybe. This won't be needed. Most of this shit here won't be needed. This would be needed though. So I'm still gonna grab this spell damage. Alternatively, I could have gotten 4 shield route, but instead of going for shield route, I'm gonna do this, then do this, and get that crit going on. Then do this extra pierce to projectiles. I can get extra projectile damage if I want to, by the way, but now instead of I'm gonna grab this, but I'm not gonna grab the other notes here. Just this one, just Immortal Offering. And I've got 8 points. 8 points is a what? Some crit chance score, maybe some spell crit chance score, but there were better points to get spell crit chance score. I can get projectile damage, by the way, but it's not gonna work on all things. And if I'm doing a Whitening Shadow spell, whatever it was called, the Thunderbolt with Shadow, I'm gonna need different types. This Elemental, it's not gonna do much. This Occult is nice. This is good for a turret, but not for me. So spell damage. Wondering which one would be best to pick. Since I'm not doing full projectile setup, it's gonna be a bit of a tricky thing to decide. This is not bad, by the way. Extra 4 shield. I think I need just some spell damage, maybe. Just to see how it works with some extra spell damage. Unfortunately, the max I can get is 15. There's some nodes here with 20, and that's about it. I don't see spell damage here. This occult damage, I wish I could get it, but elemental and occult. Cost reduction seems nice. If I was doing the rage based setup, I would have gotten for this one. Can get extra ferocity, I can get extra crit damage. Let's get extra crit damage. It might be melee damage with it, but it's 40 crit damage that I can get, definitely worth it. So occult damage. I'm gonna check with those shoulders and with the other shoulders. The elemental one goes back into the warehouse. This is elemental, this is elemental. This is 15 occult, but I've got somewhere I had 30 something occult damage gauntlets. It should have been material occult 26, but it's not force shield. 10 movement speed might be nice. "15 movement speed, oh. This is rage and willpower cost reduction, and this one 18% rage and willpower cost reduction. So I've got 18%. And this one was another 19%. I might keep it. I'm gonna experiment. He wants spell boosting things. I mean, this is great if he's gonna be using. I wish there was a nice one-handed item for occult damage, or something that's not attack damage but spell damage stuff. So kind of limited in regards to spell damage stuff, but I do have this one and I wanna try it. But what would I be using for a one-handed weapon if I use this? So this might work well though. Okay, I think there isn't much I can do. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Besides changing the things on the staff. If I decide to use this staff, I would need I will need to code damage. Well, shit, I didn't keep enough code damage stones. Well, shame on me. 1, 2, 2. Hello, thank you
Hey
for the
Lockdown,
follow, Tech
thank you for the
Walkdown.
follow and welcome to the
Welcome to
Strug
my
Club.
Twitch, dude. Welcome indeed to my Twitch. Well, I'm gonna get 1 ferocity maybe. 1 ferocity and 2 code damage nodes. Not nodes, but gems. I didn't notice that I got rid of so many gems. So let's put this one here. Let's put this one here and then maybe 1 ferocity gem. I mean not ferocity but crit chance. Oh, it's a tax. Shit. Never you mind. So this one.
Got this game last night, it's pretty fun.
Oh, it definitely is fun and it's just getting better. In 3 weeks from now the game is gonna change so much that it's gonna feel like a new game most likely to some of the people who are playing it right now. Believe me, the changes would be huge in certain aspects of the game. Like just adding this extra 3 here. Currently we have 9 disciplines. We have 1, 2, 3 here and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the other side. And then there's gonna be 12 more added here. Just think about the possibilities of how we can link things. Then the skills currently are 20, we're gonna have 40 skills. The skills currently have 8 or 9 modifiers. We're gonna have 16 modifiers for each skill. This is just some numbers to put them there. So we want this there and we want this there. Let me check. Yeah, this teammate of mine wanted to try a mage build, but whitening fireball and whitening uh, thunderstrike. Okay, and in the meantime I'm going for a occult build. So I'm gonna try playing with this and then I'm gonna try playing without those 2 shoulders. I'm also gonna try playing with certain other items just to see how it works. Let's try using that for now. I don't have a good one-handed, sadly. let's get this, let's get this, then and maybe yeah, just start over. This is not too bad, and let's give them some damage. This can become a bit more offensive if I change it to this one. This one better. Yeah, if I had a good one-handed weapon, it would have been amazing. In the meantime, maybe I can get something with crit damage and I'm gonna carry those just to experiment while in there with one-handed setup to see what gives me better damage. Definitely seeing better numbers now. Definitely seeing the bigger numbers. No, no, no. Run away, run away. So now my force shield would become much weaker if I do this. But it might be worth it. And here I'm gonna need actually rather keep the ice version. So I didn't get the projectile damage this time. Does this have sacred? No, it's only fire. Fire and ice. And that means I don't need the whitening here. I can go for fire. I can go for fire and wait, why does my fireball look like this? I thought it should be like a big... I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Shit. I didn't see an enemy attacking me. Unfortunately, I've only got one legendary, and this one is not even 3-socketed. Yeah, yellow pistol is not gonna be great, but it's still gonna be okay if it's a god rolled yellow, which is kind of hard to get even for a yellow item. So this is the fireball I wanted to get. May not be a code damage, but it is better than nothing. Oh, thirst. I wonder if it's better than mine. %59 spell damage. This is better. An upgrade. Well, this skill that he's using uses a lot of rage, and it's only effective if you stack all the rage cost reduction, like 30-something% rage cost reduction from different nodes. I'm wondering if I use the tier, how much damage I can get then. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing something. I think I know what I'm gonna get. I need another element. I need another element, and I'm gonna add fire on the tier. Keep this frozen. Fuck, they just keep coming. I wanna pause for a second and change some skills. Let's try like this.
Mataka, thank you for the follow and welcome
Hello,
to the Struck
Mataka.
Club.
Thank you for the follow, Mataka. Much appreciated, and indeed welcome to my Twitch, welcome to the Struck Club. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Oh. I'm just experimenting, as you can see, testing different things. Next off would be dagger and this. I really wish daggers could roll spell damage. This would be such a huge change in the game, to add daggers being able to roll both spell and attack damage. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get a good dagger that way, but it's definitely gonna be good to have, or add a wand or scepter or any type of one-handed caster weapon. What if I try this one? This Shadow Mage, Shadow Sacred combo mage is pretty fun though. Ah, shit. I definitely need this for the transfer time reduction. Because this one doesn't have the transfer time reduction that normally comes with the focus items, with the catalysts. Fuck. Nice. What do I want to test more? Let's keep this and this here. This one I should have socketed to test it. I'm gonna test the pistol. Because I'm not using attacks, so I'm not getting much out of this socketed gem. I think the pistol has more crit damage than the dagger. Okay. And I'm not liking the tier because the fireball gives me a buff. The tier doesn't. And the buff from the fireball, maybe fire buff, but it's still extra damage that gets added to all sorts of other damage. Oh fuck. Was that an exploding bomb or something? Must have been. Regeneration on hit. Oh, it's the same amount of crit damage actually. Oh shit. When did they appear? Okay, next this way. No, 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 fuck, fuck. Didn't have willpower to teleport. Let's see if he can do it. He should be able to. But it's a bit tough for him, because that's a spin to win and then there's the sphere with the poisons. This annoying sadistic tuck. I guess that's the name, sadistic tuck, or maybe it's a different name. And I can't revive. I wish they would add self-reviving like in single player, but limit it to 3 times. Maybe keep the revive from ally as unlimited, but reviving by yourself would be much better. Like paying maybe paying some sort of a fee, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, etc. Like I think depending on your level there should be some fee and you can pick to maybe pay it. Can't spectate at the moment. I can only watch on the minimap what's going on there. Can I disable the screen shaking? I hate screen shaking in games.
Yes, Dauntless is the bootleg version. I don't like that game, it's clunky and when you run it looks funny. Also, the monsters have
really
annoying
is.
difficulty mechanics that aren't fun.
Exactly. No, in Dauntless the fights just feel like they're meant to be done by someone who's amazingly good at dodging and amazingly good at timing attacks. Which yeah, some people are, but not everyone is. And that's why Dauntless is not for everyone, I guess. Let's try again.
I took long because I just did the final optional quest for all quest completion. I had to fight 5 monsters in the arena.
Interesting, okay. There was a new link, I'm gonna quickly check this new link Warhammer Chaos Bane official posted. Just a moment. But yeah. It makes sense if you're doing a long fight. That makes sense for this. Warhammer: A New Beginning. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna check those news later. There's gonna be a lot of new Warhammer titles from what I'm just getting based on those news. Well, okay, is my teammate ready? I think. Well, even if he isn't, I can start and then we can see how it goes. Let's give them some Aether resistance. This one. This one. Then what resistance do I want to give them? Let's give them damage. And some more damage. Okay, this seems fun. So I'm stacking all the different damages now. 4 different types of damage buffs. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to apply ailments with Winter's Grass to get that extra 25% ice damage. I'm gonna keep trying to make sure I apply it, but because the thing is, I mostly one-shot them, and if I don't kill an enemy that already has an ailment on it, it doesn't work.
I need to get ready to go to the gym now.
Alright dude, well, have fun in the gym. Smash it. Is it leg day, back day, arms day? Or do you not separate different muscle groups by day and just do everything every day? Guess it depends. Or is it cardio day? When I used to do gym, I used to separate 1 day for legs, 1 day was for arms, and what was it? Arms and back. No, I think my back was with some part of the arms, and then my chest was on another day with another part of the arms. It was something like that. I think my biceps was when I was doing back, and I think my chest was when I was doing triceps. I kind of forgot it, but I had some sort of a routine myself. So this month you're doing full body. Nice.
And then after that I go into chest, triceps, back, biceps, legs,
for me,
and arms routine split.
For me, since I was super skinny and still am, I'm like 6'1", but I'm like 70 kilos. So 70 kilos, 175. The most I've gotten was 75 kilos, but that was some time ago when I used to go to the gym. And since I'm skinny, I used to go for the less cardio stuff, and for the stuff that used to be less repeats with more weight instead of more repeats with less weight. So I was doing the opposite of cutting down fat, trying to gain strength and mass. And it used to work. I mean, while I was going to the gym, it used to give me good results, but then I ended up changing my jobs, and it was in a different place, and the gym I was used to going to was well, it was still close, but I didn't feel good to go there. Yeah, for me it doesn't matter whether I'm doing it in the gym or whether it's a home workout or a street workout. In my country, by the way, in my city, there's a lot of places where people can do some street workouts when it's warm. But yeah, at the moment I just don't feel like doing it. If I had a gym at home, I probably would have been using it, honestly. But I don't live in a house, and there's no room for gym equipment at home, besides some dumbbells, and that's about it. But at the moment, I think I'm too busy with other things to even find time for gym. But the thing is, at least I don't have to worry about being overweight with my metabolism, which is super fast. I thought after turning 30 my metabolism would slow down, but I guess I need to turn 40 before this happens. I still need to do some working out because sitting in front of a chair more than 10 hours a day, this take its toll eventually. And that's what I'm mostly doing. If I'm not streaming, I'm either doing something like drawing or doing Photoshop work or editing videos or recording videos or playing games to record other footage and things like that. So even though I'm not streaming that much, I'm still doing work in front of the computer, still doing things in front of the PC. So yeah. Speaking of gym, it does make me think about starting to do some exercises at home for my back. I know I've heard yoga exercises are great for people who work or who use a chair for most of the time. Uh, like if you're spending more than 8 hours a day on a chair, I heard it's pretty good to do some basic yoga exercises for that, just to stretch those things out. Thankfully, from my time spent in university and before rehearsals, we always used to, before rehearsing for some things in university, we always used to do some exercises for the spine. So I do have a lot of knowledge about things like that that I could implement, even though they're not yoga, they're just general exercises. And some of those I can even do while sitting on the chair and still exercise my spine. Where's the boss fight? It's over there. But yeah, this mage setup seems fun. I mean, I don't see this being a pusher setup, because it's so squishy that it hurts. But with the addition, hopefully, of one-handed mage items and weapons, it would be nice. Mr. Rotten, thank you for the Twitch follow. Nice to have you, dude. Welcome to the Struck Club, and I hope you enjoyed here. I really think we need to get one-handed mage items, or the daggers to be able to roll spell damage modifiers. Because here the problem I used to have with mages is solved.
Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
This item solves my problems with the mage, not being able to sustain casting spells with. So the problem with willpower is solved by making the spell cost rage, by making it shadow. And stacking cool damage from this, and this, I don't even feel the need to use those shoulders. Yeah, with those shoulders my force shield goes to 2.something thousand. 2.7 thousand with those shoulders, because they give a total force shield bonus, not force shield based on the item. But the damage I'm getting is just too good to miss out on. So yeah, losing 800 force shield but gaining over 50 something occult damage and some ferocity. And I can get another one with ferocity and it's gonna be even better. Ideally, the second shoulder would be similar to the first one, because look at this one. Ferocity of cold damage and casting speed. Can shoulders give me a rage and willpower cost reduction? They probably can't. Another force field item here would be great, with a coat and rage and willpower cost reduction and casting speed maybe, instead of attack speed. But yeah, this setup can be min-maxed, and I think min-maxed setup here would give me around, with a trial belt, this would be huge boost of the damage. The problem is I need to learn to play the build better. I need to play it more safely. I'm not the best at doing that, like... No. Oh fuck, okay. Let's do this. Oh, I forgot, I could have just done the fireball spam. Something like this. But still, my main damage comes from this spell. With this setup, this and this, those are the two spells that would do more damage because they're both classified as a coat. No. And shadow damage is the most increased. If I'm using this instead of this, it's definitely better to use the shadow. And I'm using this because it's the only offhand that doesn't give me -% transfer time reduction. So it allows me to keep spamming this for rage usage and this for willpower usage, or this for willpower usage and this for rage. Yeah, I think I like it. If I get some of those items when the game launches, I might experiment with this, but my main build when the game launches would be a necro build. Hopefully a necro with a turret would be a viable option. And it would be a viable option if, that's a big if the necro has pets with projectiles, like skeleton archer maybe, or skeleton sorcerer, any type of pet that uses projectiles, so it can benefit from projectile damage together with the turret. This is what I'm gonna be aiming for when the game launches as my first build. Of course, I would be making a lot of builds and I would be putting those videos on YouTube, but we've got 3 weeks until then, so I can only try and keep guessing. So it's 41 past 7, 7:41 in the evening here. Probably gonna stream for another few hours because I haven't had dinner yet and I've been streaming for a while. Since the afternoon, since 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so 3-4 hours of streaming. Probably gonna do 1 or 2 more hours of streaming and then end it early today. We'll see, it depends. It depends. I might just do a 5-minute break soon and just go grab a quick snack and then keep streaming until midnight. We'll see. But I'm starting to feel a little bit of hungry, so maybe after I'm done with those 6 maps, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, go into the kitchen, grab something to eat, and then return. But this setup seems fun. I hope I don't end up dying and can actually complete those 6 runs until the end. I wouldn't call this a meta build though, but I would definitely call it a build worth testing if you have the uniques for it. And that's a lot of uniques. 1, 2, 3, 4 uniques, 5 uniques. The rings are not necessarily needed to be unique, so is the amulet. The amulet is not necessarily needed to be unique. Oh, and I forgot, I don't need this chest piece. This chest piece reduces my... Shit, I'm losing damage. I am losing damage by using this chest piece. I forgot to change it. I picked up a chest piece, but I forgot to equip it. I have things with that explains why my 4 shield is a bit low, because this one is only 484 shield, and I can get an armor with 500 and something together with another 300 from sockets, so I can get like another 800 for shield, and that would make me a bit more beefy. Another thing you can make cost rage instead of willpower is this. Winter's Grasp can be made to a shadow spell. And if you make Winter's Grasp a shadow spell, it's gonna be extra shadow damage buff for you. So let's just show you. Like, if I use this, I get another shadow damage buff. That means I'm stacking this buff for shadow damage with this buff for shadow damage, and this one is a fire damage buff, but it's still a buff. You can see at the bottom now I've got a lot of buff stacking. The offering can come from all three of those types of damage I do. Ah, fuck. I'm not sure even how he hit me that far away from him. Must have been one of the zombies that actually got me. So yeah, I'm gonna get more survivability once I return to the town and get a proper 4 shield armor that's not ailment based. I was playing with an ailment build earlier, similar to this one, but with more ailment stacking and with the zap stick. I was trying to use the zap stick back then, but it wasn't as strong. The most damage I can see on an ailment was 2000, and it was barely critting. It was supposed to do critical ailment damage when I do critical hits, but it wasn't doing them at all with this passive here. So many. Look at this. This is like a nightmare. Imagine seeing so many of those shadow spawns or whatever they're called charging at you. Oh no, not this guy. Did I kill them? Yes, I did. The boss should be nearby. Shit. Okay, the boss is near. Which boss did I get though? It's gonna be what I'm wondering. Primordial Guardian. Oh shit. Sea Cleaner showing me a message right now. Did I kill them? Just the big guy left. No, no. Fuck, so close. One more hit. One more hit. Well, it happens. Thankfully I've got enough resist to survive this. Right, my pet wants some food. Give me a couple of minutes to give my pet food, grab myself a bite from the kitchen and take a leak. So if you're on Twitch, I can put something on the screen other than the BRB screen for you. But I'm gonna do this BRB screen quickly. And on Twitch I'm gonna queue 100 and let's say 150 seconds break, 2 minutes and a half. So I'll be right back to feed the pet myself and take a leak. Okay, I'm back, kind of almost on time. Yeah, so thank you for waiting, folks. Let's go back into the game and continue this this run I was doing. Let me just quickly go back into here, opening my overlays. Just a second. There we go. Should be ready now. So let's move on to the next. So I was able to survive those constant explosions with all my force shield regeneration while I was AFK. I totally forgot that this map has explosions that constantly spawn underneath me. Oh no. I'm loving this setup. It's the mage setup I was looking for, but I didn't know it was possible until I found out this item exists. The only thing that I need to change now is the armor, because this is I forgot to change it. I have a good one that's gonna be better. I have a couple of good ones. One of them would be with a couple of hundred less force shield, but would give me cooldown reduction. But I don't think I really need the cooldown reduction with this setup. The only thing that's on cooldown for me at the moment is Winter's Grasp, and I only use it to buff myself at the moment. I don't even use it to freeze enemies in place. And I think with the current cooldown Winter's Grasp I can just keep the buff up at all times. If only I had a trial belt just to see how good this would be with a trial belt. I think the most I did with Thunderstrike was 8000 so far. But the good thing about it is it does a lot of damage to other enemies. It doesn't do as much as on the main target the way I set it up, but it still does a lot of damage. See, is it a good pistol? Not a good one. But I think this build for a team with a tank could be great. For a team with a tank with the right setup, maybe some reworking on the passives, and with the trial belt and all of that. If you have a tank doing the tanking, you can just spam without worrying about your survivability much. And then it might shine, because you have such a good uptime of the casting with this setup. Thanks to the, what it's called, Max Festen. Not sure how to pronounce it, but let's say it's Max Festen. And what was the other name? The Eneract, the Max Festen Eneract. So yeah, that's the item that allows you to do something like this. See how long I'm spamming. Oh shit, I out and tapped. Then you can spam this. And then you can go back to spamming this. So if there's someone to hold the aggro away from you, you can just keep spamming. Or you can even do this. You can spam this for shadow. And this for white. And I'm not even using a potion now. So the uptime is amazing. Okay, we can go get the boss now. Let me check something, what I've got here. I can maybe get extra Aether damage buff by casting this skill. So that means extra 25%. 25% Aether damage via Immortal Offering. So more DPS. If I use this skill well. Did he die? No. I'm standing on the wrong side. I want him to be above me so I can see where he is. Any drops? No. And with this you end up supporting your teammates, by the way, in a way, with those healing fields. They don't heal for that much, but if the tank is using Bulwark of Dawn on their own location that follows them and stacks it with this, that's a bit of extra healing. And I think this can proc multiple of those fields at once in the same place. If there's like a very tough content and you want that extra healing, the Genesis probably would be what's needed. I can't wait to see the new unique items that they would introduce in 3 weeks or so when the game launches. But first I'm gonna have to farm them. I will be spending a lot of time leveling up, even off stream. I will be playing. Normally I stop my stream at certain times, not because I can't play, but because I can't speak between certain hours, like between 1 in the morning and let's say 10, 11 in the morning. I can't speak. That's why I don't stream during those hours. So when the game launches, I'm gonna try and do more daily streams, like daytime streams. I'm gonna try and do streams around lunchtime, afternoon, evening, something like this. And even after I stop streaming, sometimes I would keep playing. I'm gonna try and max out the character as soon as I can, rush to 90 on launch and start experimenting with stuff. Okay. I'm loving the effect of the shadow fields when they die. Wait, was 80 the code damage? No, it wasn't. I'm also wondering how many tiers the gems would be on launch. Oh, it's the other way. No. a second I clicked outside of my game window. Since I'm playing on Windows and I have all my chats on the side. Sometimes it happens. Like if you're not seeing the cursor, I'm probably clicking something on the side. Like now. There we go. By the way, if anyone wants to team up or needs certain gear, ask me for it. I might have it. I already gave away most of my repeat uniques, but I still have some things like I've got spare Udelia's March boots that I can give away. I might have a spare other weapon or two. Just gotta check which ones. Oh, when did those doggos appear? Bad doggos. There we go. How many more? 3 more maps or 2 more maps? So this one and one more. And after I'm done with those maps, I'm gonna change my chest piece to see how much extra few hundred force shield could help. This currently gives me ailment damage. It does give some wisdom though, and the wisdom is nice. The status ailment chance score is also nice, but I can live without those bonuses. Since it's not an ailment damage build, it's a direct damage build. And it does seem to be performing better than the ailment damage build I was playing earlier. No! One shot. I think I would have survived this if I had the other chest piece. The good thing about those slow traveling projectiles of the firebows is I can start shooting some firebows and then let them travel, and while they're traveling and hitting the enemies, I can hit the same enemies with Thunder Strike and stack some more damage. That kind of works on bosses. When did those appear? Out of nowhere. No. See, this time I survived this attack. I suspect it's gonna be a spin to win boss. So hope I don't die too much. What's the name of those legs, by the way? Veiled Eclipse. Yeah. Amazing item. Battle Hammer. Please be a good one. Please be a good one. If only it had 2 more sockets and an extra material damage bonus. Regardless whether it's flat or not. Okay. Yeah, the jumpy boss. I really didn't want to get Mr. Jumpster. While he's pinned to winning, I think it's my easier way to deal with him on this build. I'm not the best at using the build. Someone might have dealt with him in a few seconds with just spamming those spears at the end, which I didn't execute well. Oh, that low HP. That low HP. Almost died there, but even heard the sound that normally plays when you die. Wife Leech saved me, I think. If there is any Wife Leech or whatever. Maybe Force Shield regeneration. Whatever it is, something did save me. Wondering how much damage I would lose if I use those. I'm definitely gonna lose cost reduction because this one is 18, this one is this one doesn't give me. Maybe I can remove one of those and put this one maybe. Let's see how much better the force shield is. 400 more. And I can get another 400. But the thing is, if I get a better chest piece, those shoulders would give even more force shield. Each of those would give probably 50-60 more when equipped. This is filling up slow this time, because there aren't many enemies. It's pretty spread out. A lot of walking, not enough killing. Should have already filled it up, but no, it's not even close. I mean, it is pretty close, but still I'm not gonna go straight for the boss. I'm gonna go this way. There should be a dead end with maybe a chest or an altar, one of the two. Whoa, whoa, fuck, fuck, fuck. I wasn't ready for this. Three crowns brooch, is the game telling me get some dodge chance, you newbie? Is that why it's giving me a 3 crowns brooch after this encounter earlier? Let's see this one though. 44 dodge chance. I think the dodge chance and the movement speed are better than the one I've got. What about the other stats? 18 agility, 22, I mean almost everything's better. Just the stamina regeneration is slightly crappier by 1%, but it's better to have 4 agility more, 3 dodge chance more and 1 movement speed more. This is gonna be my new one. If anyone wants some of those 3 crowns brooches, let me know. The same goes for this thirst. I don't need this thirst right now. Okay, let's go for the boss. Going for the Jaguar. Okay. Okay, so what I was telling you about is... Oh, look at this glitch. This is the best glitch ever. Clip this, give it to the developers. Wow. I don't even know what this is. Is this supposed to be my teammate somehow using this chain skill? Is this a spirit? What the hell is this thing? Whatever it is, it's weird, but the good kind of weird. Okay, what's happening? So as I said, I have better chests, much better. This is one of them as an example. Cooldown reduction, and this can be 700 and something for shield. This one can be 885 for shield. This one gives me cooldown and ferocity and Still is not bad in the force shield department, roughly around 600 something, close to 700. I don't think I need this one, but this one gives me added block chance. Of course not for me. This one's nice. For ailment builds though, not for me. So I'm wondering which one would be the best. Transfer time reduction. I do want something with big transfer time reduction. Even if I sacrifice some skills, that's fine. Even if I sacrifice cooldown, that's fine. This 20% transfer time, this is my jam. I don't really need, as I said, the cooldown, not on this build. This build does not need cooldown. 20% transfer time, this seems like too good to be true. Now let's try and find the best 4 shield gems I've got. 97, 197. I'm gonna need all of those. I'm gonna need this for a moment. I don't think I've got a better one for shield. 81. Hello, Sinful Duck. Welcome, dude. Welcome to my Twitch. Glad to have you here. Thank you for the follow. It is appreciated, and I hope you enjoy your stay. So as you're seeing now, I'm kind of playing a mage build, not a meta build, but it is definitely giving me a lot of fun. So let's go all in on the force shield. Let's replace this ailment one.
Setup. What are you doing here?
What I'm doing is I'm doing shadow based. So this is shadow, so it costs rage. So I can spam those projectiles, or I can spam those projectiles, but at the same time I can then spam this for rage.
But only had the game for a couple days.
I'm just gonna quickly leave this unique item here, and then I can explain further what this is. So this does not require much investment, but the hardest things to get for this build would be the helmet and the legs. This gives us 4 shield, health and all resistances, but what we benefit from here is weakness chance score on sacred damage, curse chance score on sacred damage, on shadow damage, and the weakness is what improves your damage by a lot. Then when an enemy is afflicted with 5 stacks of weakness, you can unleash a Shadow Nova that deals AoE damage. That's not that much damage. Probably on harder difficulties it does help deal with trash mobs. When an enemy is afflicted with 5 stacks of curse, blah blah blah, you can heal your teammates and yourself with this. Mostly your teammates, because you won't be where the enemies are. This reduces our elemental and material damage, but gives us shadow damage. And it gives us the ability to cast this with rage, which is what keeps us going. Using this to spend rage helps us regenerate willpower. This item is the one offhand that doesn't have minus transfer time reduction, together with plus transfer time reduction from the armor that I just equipped. And what else can give me transfer time reduction? Maybe some amulets if I have a good one. But you can see this one gives me some occult damage and ferocity. This one gives me occult damage.
What do those rings do for you on a mage?
This is occult damage, this is occult damage. The rings give me a bit of force shield, they give me damage. They give me total 30% damage. No, total 27. Because this is 15, this is 12. So they give me 28 to all attributes, which is also great. And they give me movement speed. I mean, it's not something special, and you can probably get a better legendary ring. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to use this.
I thought they were.
You probably thought about those rings. And those are for attack builds. Those are also for attack builds. And this probably can be changed, but that's 59% spell damage. And since I'm a 4
Sure
shield
did.
build, and those shoulders can give us less damage. Like I can sacrifice 50 something occult damage and get a lot of 4 shield. Look at my 4 shield now. 3.4 thousand. If I take those shoulders. But I'd rather not do this at the moment. I think it's gonna be fine if I do this for extra damage, because I'm not doing some harder difficulties, but on harder difficulties maybe this would be fine. But yeah, a lot of things need to happen in order for us to get those results. Uh, I think the main thing here would be the helmet and the belt. You would want to be using the trio belt. The trio belt can apply weakness stacks on the enemies, which you want. I don't have it at the moment, so I can't show you how it would be when probably min-maxed. But it's pretty darn close. It's pretty darn close and it's nice. I'm going, instead of for extra ferocity on the armor and cooldown reduction, I'm going for this transfer time. So it should be a bit better. Oh, nice. Just what I wanted to test. Later I'm gonna test this, but sadly this is Frost and Aether and Shadow. But it's a good battle stuff. What about this one? Fire damage to spells. Yeah, still nothing too fancy. But I'm gonna keep those for some other builds to experiment with. Let's sell the junk I don't need. I'm gonna do some Wrath of Saricel maps now, just to experiment with.
Why those gems on your weapon? Weapon attack damage doesn't affect spells, does it?
I don't have better. I mean, I can take those occult damage, and that's what I want. I want occult damage. I just didn't have better ones, and I think when I started the map, maybe I had the pistol out of me. I can't remember, but I really want occult damage. 10% occult damage would be what I want. This pistol as well, it's only attack damage, so I really wish there was a caster weapon, something to help me do some extra damage, but I will change them. I need to take those from my staff that I was using. I'm currently experimenting, so I'm just still feeling things out. Since shadow damage classifies as a coat, this is what I want. Ideally I would have something with 30% to cool damage. And the 30% to cool damage would be a great boost. So I would want a weapon that's one-handed and has a socket, has 3 sockets. That preferably gives me crit chance. What I would want here is probably crit chance, and let's see something else that might be good on a one-handed weapon. Crit damage, crit chance, and maybe occult status ailment would be nice. I'm not sure what else can drop on one-handed enemies.
Glad to see someone trying things out. I'm also
Occult.
trying to learn how things work in this game, so I'm sorry if I ask a lot of questions.
No worries, dude. Feel free to ask. I'm not a guru in the game, but I have been playing it since its inception, since the early Steam days, the early alpha days. And I've seen what it was before, but I still am not like a guru and I don't know everything there is to know. But I'm gonna try and provide you with some answers to whatever you might need. So let's try and do a Saricel map. Also, by the way, if you want to team up, I'm free for teaming up at the moment with people. Let's give them whitening resistance. Then let's give them bleed chance. And this. And let's do this. This. Okay. Did I equip my pistol? No. I'm wondering if it would be better to equip something. Where did it go? I had an amulet with a cool damage somewhere here. Some other time probably. Ideally 3 flat damage to spells would be perfect with a cool damage. And instead of 4 shield, maybe spell damage on the belt. So this definitely can be min-maxed and made better. Rage-based damage might work well, but I think for this build we would be losing a lot of damage. But going for a rage-based chest would be fine. This is what I have on the passive side, by the way. I've got some crit damage here, crit chance here, some more crit damage here. Here I've got some extra bonus damage based on the elements I'm applying, and I'm applying 3 different element type of elements. Here I've got extra pierce to projectiles because I am using some, and it only cost me extra 3 points to invest into this, so it's not so bad. Even some extra projectiles damage on the way. Here I've got this one. I think this is a must. If you're doing a 4 shield build, you want this. And then here I just put some extra spell damage. And this, I don't know whether there's a better place to spend those points. Oh, I think I needed this one. I need to remove this and put it here. This is the one I needed. I accidentally took this instead of this. But this is still good. This is still good because I do have Wife Leech, which does leech it does leech shield. But what I want here is this point needs to go here. So I'm gonna do it after this map. I made a mistake by accident, not noticing I'm leveling up the wrong thing. But if you're doing a 4 shield build, the note you need is not this one but this one. This is optional, this is only if you're using spells. But if you're using a rogue 4 shield build, you want this one. So that when you take damage, over time it doesn't take from your health, but it takes it from the shield. So I just noticed I did this mistake by accident, but I'm gonna fix it. I can sacrifice that 15% spell damage and still get it, so it's gonna work. So you can see I'm stacking a lot of buffs. I'm also using what's it called? Winter's Grasp for Shadow, just to give me an extra shadow damage buff. That way I get 2 times the shadow damage buffs here. Okay, I got some more Wife Leech. Pretty nice. But yeah, this Wife Leech I can probably get rid of the spell Wife Leech and get something else, and it might work well if I do so, to spend it for more damage maybe. So the spell Wife Leech not necessary, but the what's its name? Resilience to corruption, definitely something you wanna have. I'm wondering why my damage is not doing the same numbers now. I'm not seeing the same numbers as before. Before I could do 7,000-8,000 sometimes with Thunder Strike. And my armor was only giving me ailment damage, it wasn't giving me direct spell damage. The armor that I removed that gave me up to 100%. And I'm supposed to be doing actually more damage now because I put the cool damage gems in the pistol. Okay, now I even got the Aether stacks. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 offerings. 4 offerings. It's a bit tricky to get the offerings with the Aether, but when there's trash mobs you can do it easily by doing something like this. Just teleporting in between the enemies. Just experimenting to do it. There should be an enemy somewhere there, let's get it. Where did it go? Let's see if we can tank the grab. We could tank the grab, yeah.
Do you normally farm on a lower difficulty like this, or did you get a lot of your gear from higher levels?
Well, you can see this is level 25, this is 21, this is 27, 25, 29. So you can see the level of the item reflects the level of the enemy that dropped the item. Currently it's capped, so even if I farm higher level items, they would still give me the same stats as a level 21. 2021, so I prefer farming in a lower difficulty because it's faster for me. For my survivability with the builds I do, and I do a lot of experimental builds when I play and when I stream, I do the lower difficulties. I mean, I did reach Champion 1, but then I really don't feel like pushing before the game
Makes
launches.
Sense. Thank you.
So yeah, find a difficulty you're happy with, equip one of those O'Malley Wookie belts, the one with the most magic find you can get, and then enjoy the mayhem. A spin to win build on the warrior is probably one of the best things for farming easier difficulties. You can easily do runs in under 2 minutes with that. Spin to win together with warpath, great
I've only
mobility.
gotten up to bed 7 with my mage.
Well, if you use a turret, regardless whether it's a mage or a tank or a rogue, if you use a turret, any build can push some of the champion difficulties with the right gear. Of course, you do need some min-maxed gear. I don't have all my gear min-maxed. I'm still missing some items, and I still have some mediocre things. Some yellow items are pretty good, by the way. If you're going for a rage-based damage, you might want to be looking out for yellow items. Gold Road yellow item might be easier to find than a Gold Road legendary, because the chances of the item being a legendary when it drops first of all is low, than the item being the one type you want and with the one stat you want. But you want to be doing Wrath of Sari Cell for certain item mods. If you're farming uniques, stick to regular expeditions. If you want to be farming legendaries with specific modifiers, do some Wrath of Sari Cell, Adept or Veteran 1 or 2, whatever you feel comfortable with. was trying to get 5 stacks Aether offerings. And I lost them already. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and get those max stacks. It's pretty difficult to get stacks. Oh, there we go, now I got them. 5 stacks of Immortal Offering with Aether. So let's see if any good yellow items will drop from this chest. The good thing about chests in Wrath of Saricel is they can still drop you decent items. So some yellows would be worth checking. I'm gonna check quickly what dropped here, because you never know what might be hiding there. Material resistance, ferocity. Cool damage, but only 15%, and the one here is 32, and it has a willpower cost reduction. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, this took longer, much longer than I wanted. Normally with 2-minute runs is what I'm going for, but I was just experimenting, doing stuff, taking it slow. Normally I wouldn't be killing all the enemies, I would just skip past them and just get the bare minimum of enemies killed.
But not sure how to add damage to my spells without damage added to spells modifiers. My toxic spell no longer does poison damage because other types have gotten too high.
Well, that's a bit of a bummer, man. That is a bit of a bummer. And I've had the same problem when I was trying to do a toxic build. And the way to add extra spell damage would be from belts. Belts can give you some extra flat damage, amulets can give you flat damage, rings can give you flat damage. So if you want extra toxic damage to spells, you might wanna try and find some extra accessories with that flat damage. Also the weapon, you want to have that wrote on the weapon as well.
Elemental?
Well, I think we can. I mean, here I have fire and whitening, fire, frost, fire. Let's see. Maybe we can't. I've never noticed this. Thanks for mentioning this, cause I really had no idea whether it's only elemental. Well, elemental damage only on rings seems like a very bad way to make it. I do hope they change this. Because some builds are really not elemental builds, some builds really don't need... Yeah, I've just noticed I've not seen a single ring with non-elemental, but this can give you toxic damage to attacks, not to spells.
Amulets
though.
And belts have occult and rings have elemental from what I've noticed.
Well, this belt has toxic and rent as well. So I think the belt can give you everything. Maybe the belt can give you anything, any type of damage. And for amulets, see, this is toxic. And this one is physical, sacred, shadow. So I think amulet and belt can give you anything, but the rings are elemental then. And on the gauntlets and shoulders you can again get any type of damage, just not as flat.
I've also never seen toxic damage added to spells before.
Yeah, same here. I've never seen toxic damage to spells. Only to attacks. And that's the problem here. Why isn't there toxic damage added to spells and there is a toxic spell, so it's weird. It's very weird why they made it like that. Maybe there's some other items that they're planning on the future. By the way, could this be a preview of a pet? Imagine having illusionary sword as a
that
pet
is fixed and release.
that runs around after you and hits enemies. I would love to see this being added as a pet or as a summon. To have those swords being able to attack enemies around me.
What
Look
is
at
that?
this. It's a glitch. It's a visual graphical glitch that happened. I think it happened because I had a teammate and then he left the game because he had to go, and I think maybe he was doing something in the town and this happened. Either this or just some sort of a glitch. But it's a nice glitch. It's the first time I'm seeing this. Let's do another. This one let's do a veteran one. Tainted map.
Can you show me something real quick?
Yeah, I sure can. What do you wanna see? Oh, and I had to respect my skills as well.
How are you getting such high damage without damage added to spells?
I have a lot of percent damage. So here I have 37 shadows. Here I have 33 occult. Here I've got 26 occult, 32 occult, 25 occult, 32 occult damage. Then here 59 spell damage. Here shadow damage to spells and to code damage. And yeah. Then here 26 crit damage. And here I've got 15 to 0 damage, and here another 12 to 0 damage. And also weakness. Weakness helps with the extra damage. So I need to respect my skills now, quickly. I hope I don't forget something. I kind of remember what I picked. A triangle here, this node, okay.
Very nice, thank you.
And this
Didn't
one
know
really
damage
helps.
would add up that high.
Also, I'm getting this for extra crit damage. Oh crap, what did I have here? Then here extra spell damage. Did I have the force shield or the spell damage? I think I had the force shield here. This one extra pierce. I mean, I can probably lose those 3 nodes. Let's check without the extra pierce to projectiles. Oh shit. I'm gonna experiment now. I'm gonna lose those 3 nodes for the pierce to projectiles. Instead of pierce to projectiles, I'm gonna get some other things. But before that, let's get this the way it was. And maybe, do I want the spell wife leech, or do I want... I mean, I do want this for sure. This is a sure thing. I can get some extra ferocity if I want for extra damage. Max willpower and rage probably would help. I can get extra cost reduction, and that's gonna make the build even better probably. So I'm gonna lose this wife leech, and I've got 10 points to spend if I wanna maximize the damage. Projectiles would only help me with the white spear and with the fireball. Can get extra willpower and rage. I can get extra cool damage from here, another 20%. But this is better if you're mixing the elements. I think getting the ferocity would be good, and the extra crit damage. And then... Hmm. Extra force shield can be taken here. There was extra ferocity here, so I can do something like this. 25 ferocity, 25 ferocity. Another 15% spell damage maybe. Where was that crit damage? I saw somewhere here crit damage. This is crit damage. If I go this way, wisdom, force shield, attack speed, no. I can get extra force shield by the way, it's not gonna be too bad. 5% cost reduction. If I'm getting cost reduction, I'd rather get this one. Because it's rage and willpower. And this one is also rage and willpower. Toughness, force shield. I'm thinking of something that would boost my damage rather than the survivability. And not just the projectile damage. I know what can help, it's this one. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's only 2%. And most of the time I would be spending my rage, because my main skill is... Let's do it. Spellcasting speed. Let's take this. Then that means I should have taken this willpower and rage. Instead of going 1, 2, 3, I should have done probably 1, 2, 3. Anyways, let's see. I can always change it back. I can remove this ferocity and I can remove those 3 points. And then I can remove maybe some other point, maybe. But yeah, I can try and get some more rage and willpower after that. Let's see. I wish I had that trial belt.
too.
It's one of the rarest items to get, I assume.
I wish I had your pants and rings too.
Yeah, if I get the second pair of pants and maybe some of those rings, I wouldn't mind trading them. And if you're doing the rage-based setup, maybe rings with
I've never seen
rage.
those rings, but the pants I've been farming for.
I've already given away some of those, so I wouldn't mind saving them. Actually, if I do get them, I'm definitely gonna save them, because you never know who would need them. And before the game launches, all we want to do, at least all I want to do, is to experiment with as many unique items as I can. This is what I'm trying to do, to try and get more uniques and to be able to test more setups around those uniques. So I'm trying to build around items rather than around skills. And I'm trying to just test all of them that I can get my hands on. And then when the game launches, I would have some better understanding what I want to do once I max out, once I start making YouTube videos for the game. Because now many things would change and I'm just avoiding doing that. Yes, they will be doing a server wipe. That's why I'm not trying to do a lot of stuff now. Because everything will be lost. Everything will be lost. And there's like... The online would be disabled in 10 days. On the 30th of January, we would not... Actually on the 29th of January, we won't be able to log in online. We would still be able to play offline, but I'm not sure that the online characters would be able to be played offline. So everything you do now, you won't be able to keep, even for the final 2 weeks after the online servers shut down for maintenance. That's a long maintenance. 2 weeks of maintenance, but they're probably increasing the amount of servers, the amount of Steam servers, so they need to do some maintenance on those. I expect this game on launch to have a huge amount of people playing it. If it doesn't, it really deserves it. This game deserves a big community. Because what they're promising to give us seems like the game that many people have been waiting for in ages in the genre. Something that fits both the more casual players and the more hardcore ones that like min-maxing and pushing things to the limits. Ah shit, I came too close to him. I didn't notice that that my willpower was so low. But I'm definitely liking the capabilities and the mobility. So this death was purely my mistake rather than the build. Okay, I'm gonna do more unique farming. Just gonna quickly check if there's anything good that dropped. Material damage 22. I think I've got plenty better. 27. Oh, 27 instead of 25. And 5 wisdom but no agility. Okay, how much damage do I lose if I do this? I lose 10% bonus damage from agility. I definitely want agility. Cause I'm only getting 2% to cool damage. But just by having this 13 agility points, I'm getting 10% bonus damage. So it's definitely nice to try and get from your items, try and get the stats you're missing. Like try and get ferocity, agility, and toughness from those items here, because that's gonna give you some extra damage. So this one, instead of 9 wisdom, I would prefer 9 toughness, so I can get some more damage there. Ideally it would be a force shield item with toughness row and to cool damage and rage and willpower cost reduction, but that's if you're talking min-maxer numbers. 25% material damage. This for material builds, it's weird, because look at that, it gives me frost and whitening damage to spells, but material damage. But material damage is good if you're doing a toxic build. So if you're doing a toxic build, you definitely want to stack the material. And something I could suggest you try, if you're doing a toxic build, you might want to try doing this conversion. Where did it go? But this conversion is good if your items only give material. Like I played it earlier with this sword. A great combo is this sword with that note. This sword, Rygarde's Hope, because this sword only has physical damage. This means you're not sacrificing any elemental or cool damage rolls. Otherwise, if you equip an item that has elemental or cool damage and you use this skill, you're losing damage that way. But if you're using something that only does material damage and you get this note, that's fine. That's definitely fine. Although this is the conversion, if you want to convert some stuff. But the thing is, you convert into physical, you don't convert into toxic. Some material damage you can take is here 20%, and then somewhere here was another 10%, where 10%. So if you want extra 30% material damage stacking for that toxic, so what you can get is material damage rings with 25% material damage, or 30%. 2 of those is gonna be 50. That way your toxic spell would end up doing more. If you take those notes that I showed you and some extra rings and belts, etc. with percentage damage, eventually your material damage might end up outweighing the other on that toxic Aether beam. You might also try, instead of using flat damage things, you might want to be using material damage gems, such as those gems. This would increase your toxic damage of the spell over the elemental or cool damage that might be outweighing at the moment. Belts, I think belts can also have 25% like this one. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to test a new map.
I'm using the edict weapon right now, so there are no sockets.
Okay. Are you using 2 edict weapons? The thing about the edict weapon is it's good if you're using attacks, but it's not good if you're using spells. That's the problem about it. This damage is toxic damage added to attacks, not to spells. It does give you poison ailment, which is nice, and it does give you poison chance score, but in the end you might be better off using a pistol or something else.
What I wanted.
Oh, you want poison ailment damage? Yeah, that's definitely fine. I tried using it myself, somehow I didn't end up liking it too much. How much is your ailment hitting? How much ailment damage are you doing? By the way, this edgy is another alternative to Ryger's Hope. So if you're doing a conversion damage build, the edgy also works. Weapons you can use with the conversion are Abolition Act, Apex, this, and this. Those are weapons that you can use with this conversion.
My poison ticks for
This
about
one also.
3,500 right now.
And this one. 3,500. That's not bad at all. Okay, let's do some. Let's do some veteran too. Let's give them physical resistance. And this, and fire resistance. No, I should have done frost resistance. Sacred and sacred resistance. Let's get my buffs going. Okay, I think all my buffs are on. Oh, just the sacred needed to be added. Wait, what happened to my force shield? It didn't regenerate. Oh, now it did. Shit. Alright, this enemy just wrecked me twice. Not a big fan of those. What's it called? The sadistic thugs. Heard something dropping. There we go. This is tempting. Very, very tempting. And very nice. And I'm gonna get some more HP. And that's 10 to attributes, so pretty good. Just the sacred and shadows damage flat plus the code damage. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change it for a moment, see how it goes. Let's get my rage to go all the way down. Getting my rage to go all the way down, and just wanna check something. Look at the average damage. It keeps changing. Okay. I think I'm liking this average damage increase. So now I need to get some rage. I'm gonna do something different now. I'm gonna play this as a rage build rather than a willpower build. The rage mage. This is gonna be the rage mage. Let's see how we can play it. Wait, I'm going the wrong way.
LOL, I like that.
Yeah, it has a nice ring about it, doesn't it? I need to get my buffs though. I need to get all my buffs to stack. Oh, I'm doing bleeding now from somewhere. I'm not sure from where, but I just did bleeding like rent from some place. I'm missing 2 ailments at the moment. Oh, my pistol can give me the rent. Okay, I was wondering what, but I really don't need that rent damage increase when playing with spells.
My average damage is different if I look at it on the toolbar versus the spell book.
Yeah, it always is like that. It always is like that. It says one here in the toolbar, but another one in the spell book. Not sure why, but maybe one of them is before some calculations have been done, whereas the other is after every single calculation, like buffs and stuff like that has been added. But I'm only looking at it just to compare certain things. Like when I'm unequipping and equipping items, I just want to see how it changes. I don't really care about the exact number there. Well, with the willpower potion I have more mobility, so probably it's better to just stick to the willpower potion. Before the boss fight, I've already died a lot of times, so I'd rather not risk it and get my willpower up. The damage is still good, even with the little bit of rage I might have at some times. It's still good, but I almost did 8,000. Maybe I even did 8,000 without noticing it. And that's with the chain whitening, which spreads the damage to others, not with as much damage on the bounces, but still. Oh, this one was a glitch. That was a nice glitch. Not doing any damage at all. $7,500. Pretty solid. And what did this one give me? Sacred and Shadow. This is it's as if it was perfectly wrote for my build. If only it had a socket and some other good stuff at the bottom. But it's as if it was supposed to drop for a build like this one, with Shadow and Sacred damage. see this executioner. Toxic and physical. Oh, this is the weapon I wanted. This is it. The replacement of this item. Why? Because just without the material damage bonuses from the gems, I have more damage from this one. And it's a triple socketed as well. Yeah, overall this is an upgrade to that one. Good drop. And to think I almost didn't pick it up. I almost didn't pick it up. I was like, oh, it's just yet another bad rolled executioner, let's just not pick it up. But then I said, oh, let's just check it just in case. Good decision to not ignore that item. Yeah, mages need one-handed. Oh wow! Okay, okay. I'm loving this drop rate. Mages need one-handed caster items, and they need uniques of those as well. I'm hoping we'll get them soon.
Now nice drop rate.
Yeah. Somehow the work is on my side. It happens. Sometimes the work really is giving you some good stuff. Nice. Loving the damage already. Global wife leech. Let's check this one. Okay. So if you're using the helmet build, you're probably using this helmet that dropped. Oh wow. What happened to my drop rate? The game is trolling me. Yeah, I don't have room for everything. I'm gonna have to drop some stuff. $38 versus 29 material damage on attacks. Yeah, I know what I can drop. So this is the one that gives you ailment damage. Not a bad one, by the way. But again, a lot of attack
I wish
bonuses.
the game would troll me like that.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? It's a case of the streamer's luck, as they call it sometimes. Okay, what else? I really don't think I need this. I've got already 2 of those in my warehouse. I normally try to keep spares to give away to people. And yeah, if anyone needs some of the items that I'm dropping on the ground, give me a shout and I'm gonna go back and pick it up before it's too late. But most of the things I threw on the ground are already things I've got backups of. Yeah, if only there were flat spell damage rings, would have been nice.
When loot drops in multiplayer, does each player see their own loot like D3 or is it free for all?
Yeah, everyone sees their own loot, and even if you drop the item on the ground, people would not be able to see it. So loot is completely instanced. And if you want to trade, you have to use the trading option. The game has Path of Exile style trading, where you click on someone's portrait here, it would be somewhere here on this side, and then you select trade. Let's see what we got here. Oh wait, I missed something. Missing those shrines every now and then.
Nice.
It definitely is nice. And hey Chris Kirchner, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Welcome to my YouTube channel, dude. Nice to have you there. Hope you enjoy your stay in the Struck Club. And yeah, any questions, if you have questions guys, such as like this was a very good question for someone who may not be familiar to the game, so feel free to asking, even if it sounds like the most basic thing, I'd love to answer some of those questions. If you want me to show you different builds, do let me know. Actually, me playing the mage, I was asking my audience, what build do you want to see? And someone said make a staff build for the mage. And I did. I tried to make a build around the unique staffs. But the thing is, they're centered towards hybrid builds, and then I decided to just do a build with one-handed with this one and together with this one, instead of going for element damage. So I did experiment a lot today. First I was playing with this sword, and I'm probably gonna go back to the physical build with Anvil Slow in a moment. Maybe after this map I can go for that physical build, because I got this new weapon, this new shiny toy. I wanna try this new axe to see how much damage I can get that skill to do, the Anvil Slow. The spin to win build also might be pretty fun to try with this axe. It may not have 3 flat damage things, and it may not have in it 3 flat damage gems, but stacking the physical material damage would be interesting. Oh, wow. Yeah, I should have teleported. This is completely my mistake there. Gotta be more mobile. I've got the mobility skill, I just don't use it. That's why I'm dying. Oh, and I forget to use my spears to get some extra damage bonus. Losing on that 25% damage.
I am trying to not learn a lot about the game because I want it to be a surprise mostly. However, what archetype allows you to skin change to werewolf?
What archetype allows you to wear transform? Currently I don't think there is a druid type of archetype here, but I can't tell. At the moment I cannot tell whether that's gonna be true on the launch. I can tell you on the beta we don't have transformations into werewolves, but, and that's a big but, there will be apocalyptic forms. Apocalyptic forms which would allow you to transform into some sort of demonic creature or angelic creature or whatever it is. So there's gonna be 4. I'm assuming one of them is a warrior, another one would be a caster, then another one probably a ranger, and maybe one of them would be a tank or something like an assassin or whatever. But we would have 4 apocalyptic forms, which would be sort of like an ultimate skill. It's gonna be similar to relic weapons in Torchlight Frontiers, or to Bloodlust in Warhammer Chaosbane. So something that has a long cooldown but then gives you a separate skill bar. So when you do that transformation, your skills here would change. Similar to a werewolf, a werebeast, werebear, care bear transformation. Something though, you might wanna read this. The hunter's old blah 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 writing passage, and at the beginning he became Cthulhu's first shaman, guiding close spirits to their place of rest. So would that hint towards the necro class that is coming? And yeah, we are getting a necromancer class when the game launches, or is that hinting towards a shaman that might be coming in the future? Because this war on those unique items is definitely worth reading sometimes. Look at the amount of text that has been added to some of the items. Just check some of the text. There's a lot of flavor text to read, and it gives you some extra sense of if you like RPing, if someone likes RPing and someone is into war, they've definitely got someone on the team that's in charge of this and has been putting some thought into making the unique items really have some sort of backstory behind them. Kind of like the old school RPGs.
Okay, LOL.
And keep in mind there's a delay on YouTube. You probably already noticed when your messages appear and when you're hearing them. On YouTube there's kind of a bit of a delay. Oh, what happened? Was that the YouTube sub? I didn't see notification on my
Minnesong,
Twitch.
thank you for the follow and welcome to
Oh,
the Struck
thank you
Club.
Manysong. Thank you Manysong for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated and welcome to my channel. I'm glad to have you here, dude. So next off, I can probably return to the melee build. I think I played enough, but I want to push this to the end of the 6 map run. So there's probably gonna be a few more maps before I move back to melee. What am I missing? Fire. Fire elements are missing. But yeah, I skipped through different setups today for the mage.
In these types of games, you don't collect any of the loot?
Because at a certain point in the game, most of the wood is there just to be fewer, just to be used as I forgot what the word was, like some sort of data. What was it? Like when you're doing statistics, you want more data to compare. I forgot what the exact term was. I forgot it even in my language, so I can't say it in English. But yeah, the more you food the RNG, the more it drops. So the more junk items it drops, the higher the chance eventually you would get a unique or a legendary. And some of the junk wood, you definitely don't want it. Yes, there are good yellow items, and here, even though I have uniques, I'm still using a yellow item because it gives me good bonuses. The same goes here. So probably if I were to pick some of the yellow wood that drops, I would maybe get an upgrade every now and then. But in those games, people mostly pick the best wood. They pick set items, unique items, legendary items, depending what the best is in the game. So look at this one. This is a ring. A unique ring that dropped, and I really want to check it. So this is an improvement to what I've got. More melee damage and more attack critical damage. Less ferocity, and this one is more melee, less attack crit damage. So I'm probably gonna get rid of this one and keep those two. So if anyone wants this ring, let me know. If anyone wants this one, let me know. I've got items to give away that I don't particularly need right now.
What item was it?
It was Arbiter. It's a ring for melee builds that don't rely on attack speed. So it's pretty good for things like I think the spin to win benefits from it, even though spin to win gets this minus 20 something attack speed. This negatively affect the spin to win, but you get good melee weapon damage and good attack crit damage. What this is good for is for turret builds. A melee turret build would benefit greatly from it, because this attack crit damage applies to your turrets, and the minus attack speed does not apply to the turret. And keep in mind that this is minus attack speed, not minus attack speed score. So minus attack speed directly affects this here, whereas minus attack speed score or plus attack speed score, like those two rings, affects the attack speed score, which is separate, which is what forms the normal one. So if I were to equip this, you would see this going down by the number, by 22. If I were to equip this with 50% attack speed score, it's just gonna double my score there. So it only gives me 3%. So keep that in mind. That ring is not good for some builds, but for others it's great. So for builds like the melee build I was playing earlier, which included Anvil's Woe, you definitely don't want the attack speed negative modifier, because the charging and the casting of that is kind of too painful. But I think the spin to win build can sustain this negative modifier.
This build looks fun. Is there a link to it or anything?
There isn't a link, but I can show you the skills. If you want to screenshot the passives, you can try and do it. And I can show you what skills I'm using. I don't want to make YouTube videos right now for the build. And also keep in mind this one and those nodes here are optional. It can be min-maxed. I can show you a version to min-max it. You can remove this and this and this.
I don't think there is a skill builder site for Wolcen yet.
And do 1, 2, 3. So a way to make this better is to remove those 3 points here. And to get 1, 2, 3 points here for extra max willpower and rage. Another way would be to stop using this rage based damage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points are removed. And then to get some rage cost reduction, 1 point here, 1 point here. Then another thing you can get would be, you can get this cool damage here, 20% to cool damage, or you can get this spell damage here. And for more survivability you can even get this one here. So there's a lot of options for this build. You can also get some extra force shield if you want it. That's 50% force shield. It's definitely gonna help. And yeah, there isn't a skill builder site because people know the game is launching, so nobody wants to make it until they know what's gonna be the final result. The game is launching, so there's gonna be a lot of changes. And if someone were to make this now, in a month, even less than a month, they're gonna need to change a lot of things and rework a lot of things. So at the moment, we gotta be patient, and eventually there's already people that said on the Discord channel that they're thinking of making a skill calculator or a build planner once the game launches. But it could definitely benefit from something like this, community made to simulate the builds. But this I'm doing at the moment is far from a meta setup. I mean, maybe in the right hands someone could do a lot of things with it, but for this year content it's a fun build. It's my way of making a pure mage without needing to take rogue or warrior skills. Yeah, I would like a toggle feature for the auto dash. I mean, you can use a pistol and then there won't be auto dash, but still. Sometimes it feels like I would rather be able to switch it off when it comes to the auto dashing.
There is a toggle feature now, but it turns back on all the time.
Oh, okay, well, hopefully this is fixed. Okay, I'm almost ready to go and do the boss fight. Just a few more left. And the boss fight is here.
To the left of your health globe.
This one? I think this is something to do with the auto roll, isn't it? At least that's what I thought. I thought that was the icon for the auto roll. for the spacebar. For maybe it isn't. Okay, good to know. Thank you for telling me that this is for the auto dash. Because I kept seeing when I had cooldown reduction for the dodge rows, this went down, but maybe at the same time I had cooldown reduction for the dash attack, but this said 0.4 sometimes 0.8, so maybe I had a lot of items that reduced the dash attack. I think there was a unique somewhere that does it. No! How? How did he do so much? What? Fuck. Fucking spawn kills, man. This is one of the things I'm not a big fan of. The damn spawn kills after you resurrect. You don't have invulnerability for a few seconds. Okay, I need the boss to come back here, so I'm below it.
In the controls panel it says toggle auto dash is set to F.
Okay. What the? How? How did he do so much damage over time to me? Well, anyways, I'm gonna go back to the melee build as I was saying, because I wanna test this axe. So let's first remove the gems from this thing and put them into the axe. And if you wanted to see the passives before I change it, that's the passives. And as I said, this can be moved and placed elsewhere. Like you can maybe even get this for extra 4 shield wife leech. And then you can even get global wife leech here and extra spell wife leech, which would be 1, 2, 3 points, and you can do 1, 2, 3 points. You can even remove those and do 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're gonna have 6 to play with. Or you can go remove those points and do 1, 2, 3 points. That would give you more willpower and rage. Together with this willpower and rage and this, and maybe a chest piece. A chest piece would be great. Something that is force shield but gives you 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points. This is the limit you can get. Then maybe you can either sacrifice the Genesis helmet and try and get a force shield helmet with this 9% up to 9% damage for unspent rage, or you can get something completely different. So now I'm getting back to this and this, and just want to check this 35%, 38.
Does the unspent rage mean your rage has to be full?
Not really full, but yeah, the more full rage you have, the better. So if you have full rage and your rage is 1000, you're gonna get less damage compared to when your rage is full and your max rage is 1800. So the more rage you have, the better. And no, your rage does not have to be completely full, it can be halfway full.
So that doesn't help a normal caster?
It doesn't help a normal caster unless... well, it could help a normal caster because using willpower all the time means your rage would get filled all the time. So normal casters would still have most of the time some decent amounts of rage. Let me quickly put those back into the warehouse. This goes back into the warehouse. I need to equip this. This goes back into the warehouse. So does this and this. Wait, was I using this one? I'm not sure which amulet I was using, but I think it was this one maybe. Or maybe it was that one. Physical damage to attacks. Material damage, physical damage to attacks. Well, I'm gonna check that one later. For now, let's equip the main items, the main ingredients. It was this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. This one. This one. This one. Yeah, I don't need this. So my material damage stuff, I probably was using this before. No, 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 no. Thank you for having a buyback feature. And what I do now for the melee, I kind of forgot what I had, but I had this material damage for sure. I had this one. So pretty sure I had this one on before. Probably had that one as well. Melee weapon damage, I maybe had that one too, but just to be sure. Attack damage, rage based damage, so there's few ways to do it. I'm gonna do it this way. The other material damage I had was here. Oh, that's what I've got before. I had some HP. So this build was kind of tanky before with that extra HP. Could get the global wife leech. So we need this one. No, we need this one here. That means we go like that. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Alternatively, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, this is the better option. Now I've got 1 point to spend, either global wife leech or extra crit damage. I didn't get this crit chance because I probably should not have taken this one. Why not take this one? Because my attack doesn't have that much of a range. But anyways, it's still gonna benefit me, it's still gonna give me some extra damage for enemies that are out of reach of the hit. If I need the crit chance, I'm gonna get this, but for now. And the skills I was using were Envious Woe, Sovereign Shout, Tracker's Reach, Warpath, and Wings of Ishmir. Here I had those 3 notes. Here I had those 3 notes. I had those 4 notes here. And here I had those 4 notes. Whereas here I was doing this. And before I was using the Rygards thingy. And I'm not sure whether this was my old amulet, but for now we're gonna play with it. Oh wait, one of my gauntlets is missing. Yeah, and that's the unique one. You want this unique one here. Because that's physical attacks and material damage. I mean, I want a second one. If I have a second one, I'm gonna use it, but I don't. And I don't want this one, because that's only 15% attack damage, and I'm only doing physical. Maybe this time it would be better, because that's physical and toxic. Before I was using only physical. And this one, 35% material and 32 material seems better, because of the... especially this one with rage and willpower cost reduction. I'm gonna show you now. This build is also a fun setup to test. Hope it seems fun to you too. Damage resistance.
What is material damage?
Material damage is physical, rent and toxic. So you can see here on the weapon it gives you the 3 types of damage. Physical, rent and toxic are considered material. Elemental is fire, frost and lightning, and sacred, shadow and aether is a coat. So if it says material, it gives you bonus to those 3. Elemental bonus to the other 3, and to coat bonus to the third triplet of skills.
Cool, thank you.
No worries, you're welcome. That's a good question. Many people don't know this, when they start. I didn't know it when I started the game, and I was wondering until I figured it out eventually. And this one. So let's see. definitely a fun setup to try. You can see good damage, good mobility. The problem is if you spam it too much, you end up not having enough rage dissipation, the rage transfer. It's a bit slower, so... Oh, and I'm using the wrong potion. Yeah, I should be using this one. And I can get even more damage if I change the ring. So you can see with those two rings the attack is very slow. Because if you remember earlier I was saying how this reduces the attack speed by a lot. And even this is slower, the fight speed on this skill. Oh, I'm missing a very important skill here. I'm missing an important node on this build, and this is this node here. So I need to remove some points. I need to remove this point maybe. Or maybe this point needs to be removed and I need to take this point. I'm gonna do it later in the town. And this point, I thought I took it, maybe I didn't. So I need to remove two things. This would be removed and this would be removed. I don't even know why I took this. Those two nodes, one of them would go here, another one would go here, and then it should be fixed. I kind of messed it up there. Yeah, definitely didn't notice I took the wrong nodes. But yeah, look how slow the attack speed is with this ring. And if you want faster attack speed, you can either go like this or even faster like this. Because we already have some toxic, so this would help us with the extra toxic damage. Just gonna give us a little bit less stats and survivability. Ideally for this setup you would want rings that give you rage. Rings can give you up to 100 I think rage. So if you have rings that give you rage, the damage would be perfect. And the armor and helmet both can give you up to 9% extra damage based on rage. Mine are not min-maxed. So there's room for growth gear-wise. And in the skill points, because you saw I messed some skill points there by accident. A zap stick. If anyone wants this zap stick, it's free for grabs. The zap stick is a whitening stuff. So we can apply weakness, by the way, to the enemies with this one and with this one. With my number 1 and 2 I can apply weakness to the enemies. If I get the trio belt, this build would get even stronger. So one more of those gauntlets, a trio belt, better accessories, and better armor and helmet would be what we can do to maximize this build. Let's fix the mistake now. Oh, wait, I'm not in the town. I can get them to kill me. Let's group up more and get them to kill me so I can go back to the town and fix that. No, no, not space. Shit, I wanted to press X. So what I had before on this build is I had those nodes here. And I think I used this one to connect. And I can probably do it again in similar fashion. Just wanna see something. Yeah, it's gonna stay this way, just wanna respec quickly. And this is the easiest way to get this crit damage. Alternatively, I could try and get it elsewhere, but yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points if I go that route. The other route is just not worth it, I guess, but that's 15 material damage. Yeah, not worth it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we can do this. And now there's 3 points which I think I put into HP before. Or maybe not, because if I want HP I'd rather go that route. Oh yeah, I had this material damage. Then there was another place with material damage which... Let's get crit chance score maybe. I probably had this one, stun chance score on physical damage. But instead of getting this stun chance score, let's get the crit damage and the crit chance score maybe. Although my crit chance seemed fine. So instead of crit chance, I wanna get some extra damage from somewhere. Well, I'm gonna get this one. Yeah, let's do this. 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 Okay. Boom. I'm loving how smashy this build is. And the damage seems good. Seems good, and it seems like it could be much better when I get better items. And this is the same content I was doing, the same amount of difficulty I was doing on the mage. Not the Wastron. The Wastron on the mage was, I think, veteran 2. But this one is just a few levels below veteran 2. Like 6-7 levels before the enemies on my final map with the mage. But most of the time I was playing on the mage was doing kind of similar leveled monsters, starting from a depth. So you can see the damage on them much better than that mage setup. But with the mage it was spammy, it was AoE, and it was ranged. But this one seems a bit more spammy. And I can pull them close to me if they're away from me, so there's that too. And the more around me, the better the damage. What? Did you see? I was doing the skill, it wasn't doing damage for a while. Some server stuff going on. Is my ping good? My ping is not so bad, so not sure why. I'm not even seeing the shockwave, I'm not seeing the effects of the skills. You can see all the skill effects are not showing. I think something's happening to the server. Yeah, and there is no effect to this one too. Oh, that's gonna be tough because I'm not gonna be able... Oh, there we go, it fixed itself. Or maybe not. Well, that's... It's coming, it's going, it's coming, it's going. It's gonna be tough to do a boss like this, because not being able to see the boss effects might be a bit of a pain. Especially if it's a demon of souls. What's this? Movement speed. Oh yeah, just what I need. Just what the doctor ordered, some movement speed. Think I heard a legendary drop. So we're not seeing not just the effects, all sorts of, not just the attack effects, but the effects of the dropped items on the ground. The glows and things like that are also not seen. Yeah, something just glitched out. It's hard to do certain stuff without those. Okay, let's go back to where the boss is. Come on. Amazingly bad bosses. To not be able to see the effects on those bosses is kind of the worst scenario. Shit. No, fuck, he's gonna spawn kill me. Okay, yeah, even the portals, I can't even see portals. Blue pill or red pill? Which pill? Let's take the red pill. Matrix style. With the blue and the red. Blue and red is pretty common though. Even one of my Twitch emotes is blue and red struck pop emote. Which I'm changing once they approve the new emotes I uploaded. I'm changing I think my tier 2 was my keep it cool. My keep it cool is getting removed to other emote I drew. So I think, yeah, the keep it cool is changing from tier 2 keep it cool into a tier 2 wood fiend, and the tier 3 is gonna remain. I think that's how I decided to make it. Just checking something on my channel, because the stream manager was not showing me some stream. I wanted to make sure it's streaming. It was showing some network error, but it is streaming. It is streaming. Just my browser was not detecting it in the dashboard. You can see good numbers on this build. It's still kind of a squishy setup for a melee build, but it's good enough. I mean, you can always sacrifice some damage and get more HP. As I said, there are some great nodes for HP that would give you a huge boost if you're squishy. If you feel squishy, take those two nodes. That's 25 and 25% HP, and the good part about it, rage cost reduction. And it's probably better than taking this one, because the rage cost reduction would help you. We have two skills to generate rage. Those two skills can generate rage. So a good starter weapon for this build is, as you saw, Rygard's Hope. If you don't have Rygard's Hope, the two-handed unique sword with 3 sockets, then you get an edgy axe. If you don't have an edgy axe, then you can get anything that only does material damage. So the one-handed axe, the apex, the one-handed dagger, actually either of the daggers would work. And what else works? The Abolition Act is amazing if you wanna be a tank, because with the Abolition Act what you can do is spec into this. Of course not that way, you would wanna sacrifice, would probably wanna sacrifice this one and this one and get that one, and I'm gonna show you what this does. It charges the skill like this. So you would want crowd control reduction and you want to make it a tanky setup. But this setup doesn't work well with the charging because you're too vulnerable. This charging setup is good for tanks that can afford charging. Or if you have someone holding the aggro on a boss, then maybe it would work well. I'm gonna show you something. Actually, this ring is the best option. The Sunny's stash seems to be the best option for the setup. I'm gonna switch to it in a moment. I just wanna show you, well, not on this enemy though. This is the worst enemy to show you that on because it can one-shot me easily. This one also isn't the best. And it's just an enemy that's not too damagey. Boom, 40,000. Of course it's much better if I keep spamming the regular one. Now my rage is less, so the damage is gonna be 30,000 probably. Let's remove those rings just to show you with Sunny's stash. $35,000 with the faster charging. That was not charged all the way to the end, but it's still better if you keep doing fast 18, 17, 20,000 rather than doing the charged ones. And I've tried the whitening version. The whitening version of this works with the whitening greatsword and things like that, but it definitely isn't as good as it could be. But if you have a weapon that gives you whitening damage, it's nice if you don't do the conversion. But I still think this is better played with the conversion, with not having any elemental or code damage. It's just stacking code at material damage. And one more thing to note, my weapon, which would have been too OP for the game, for not just this build, for any other build. Let's just quickly show you the spin to win with this setup. Oh shit, bosses. Okay, let's show you the spin to win after the bosses, because it's faster to do the bosses without the spin to win. Actually, I'm gonna try and one-shot the bosses with my skill. Well, 3-shot. But yeah, let's do the spin to win on the next map, just so you can see, without changing much the passives. Oh, wood quality. Me likey. See 7,000 on the spin to win. And that's without min-maxed gear. So it can definitely get better. 8 something thousand. And with denial. So yeah, you wanna spin to win. This works fine. I mean, I've played different spin to win builds over the last 2-3 weeks. I've tested different spin to win builds, and this is also a great setup with having a weapon with only material damage and converting all non-material into material. Into physical, more likely, just to be specific, and getting that extra 80% material damage. And it stacks this 80 with this 20. With other bonuses to damage from other sources, it stacks. You have some crit damage here. This one was 10% damage, this one was 10% damage. So yeah, let's play a bit with the spin to win. The brain dead build. The brain dead hold one button build. Well, of course you're gonna be keeping your rage. But for speed farming, either is fine. And if you're doing spin to win, you want Sunny Stash Ring, because it gives you movement speed. See, this one isn't bad, and it's gonna give you some extra bit of damage, but Sunny Stash would give you more damage, and the movement speed is great, especially if you have two with 10% movement speed. Let's go back to Anvil Swow. Just because I haven't played Anvil Swow that much. And the Blade Storm, yeah, it's fun. I've played it, what though?
How up can you do that and with that spin to win build?
Well, it depends on the player. It depends on the player. I think if you use Warpath for bosses, you can probably push some of the harder content, because you can see Warpath can do. I mean, I've seen people do 130,000 damage with Warpath with a min-maxed setup. So you can use the spin to win for mobbing, and then on bosses Warpath would be your best buddy. And if Warpath is executed well, it can, with my current gear, probably do 60-70,000 damage maximum. When I do Warpath well enough. I think, I'm not sure how Warpath works, whether it's distance traveled or not, whether it's the enemies you're passing.
Show your resistances?
My resistances are very bad, I think around 300-400, just a moment. I keep getting asked, I think by you, regarding the resistances. So here it says 322. You see, this is not a no resistance build, so my resistances are pretty low. But on the harder difficulties, you get one shot from almost anything. So you saw pretty low resistances, and I've only got one item with all resistance as the main. Like only one heavy item, the rest is bruiser. Oh, two heavy items. But ideally here I would prefer a bruiser armor.
There's no way to do that +4 and higher with 300 resistances though.
Really? I probably have done that 4 with higher. I might check. I'm gonna check it later. I'm pretty sure with melee probably yeah, but I'm sure I've done Champion 1, not Champion 1, but I've unlocked Champion 1 on a build that didn't have this much resistances. But it was a turret build, so that explains why I was able to do it. It was a rogue turret, a rogue mage turret build.
I do that 7 on a mage with no resists.
Yeah, exactly, with mages, that's how it is.
I mean with spin to win build.
Yeah, with spin to win it's gonna be difficult. I mean, With spin to win build, you want the damage on bosses to come with warpath, not from the spin to win. But at the moment I'm not taking things seriously. I don't want to push because I know there's gonna be new nodes. There's gonna be new things to do. So we're gonna just have to wait for the release and see what happens there. And welcome back, Yazaru. Nice to see you again. Thank you, Maniac Zin, for the follow. Welcome to my Twitch channel. Nice to have you here, dude. Hope you're enjoying your stay in the Struck Pub. But yeah, I'm enjoying this Anvil Swow, and just with this item it got better, and this item can be improved. If it had one more flat damage bonus, fuck. One more flat damage with Rent would have been perfect.
Welcome to the Struck Club.
Wow, look at how many. Can we push them here? Oh, poison, poison, poison. Fuck. I couldn't drink my potion on time due to the delay. Okay, let's get the bosses. Let's check what he's got for me. So you're saying with the spin to win, Veteran 4 is difficult. Let's check it. Actually, let's not throw modifiers, just a basic Veteran 4. So if anyone needs some of those uniques that I'm getting, let me know. This one is up for grabs, this one is up for grabs, this one is up for grabs. And the same goes if you want to play together. Let me know. And are you talking about the bosses not being doable with the spin to win, or the other parts of the map? I don't have Wife Leech, by the way, so this is something that needs to be noted. On this setup at the moment there's no Wife Leech.
Sorry,
normally on spin to win I prefer to get Wife Leech.
Any caster stuff?
The Zapstick. The Zapstick is up for grabs. This ring is up for grabs and this one is up for grabs. Caster stuff, I can give you this one, the Thirst. What's this belt I'm using? Yeah, the belt could be... Oh, why am I using a cooled damage belt? Okay, now it's better. Oh, I was using the cool damage because it was rent and toxic damage to attacks. So my damage is kind of dropping, I think. 3 0 18. And with this one 3200, no, never mind, it's not. Stacking too many percentages ends up having more and more returns, I guess. So yeah, if I had some wife leech, it would have been better for this difficulty probably. And again, the bug where I'm not seeing the animations, the effects. It's like just a spinning. Here's a fidget spinner. Oh, what dropped? A purple. See, we're not seeing the effect for the purple item. I got a Soul's Bane, another one up for grabs, although this one I'm gonna keep because it's up to 100 damage, and I can give you the one in my warehouse if someone wants it. But yeah, definitely feeling squishy. But of course, Blade Storm is not supposed to be doing hard content at the moment. But Warpath can make up for some of the damage.
Hey, I'm down to play.
Oh, you're down to play? Sure, we can invite each other. I'm gonna send you my Steam friend link in a moment. Just making sure there's no enemies. I'm gonna send you my Steam friend link, and then you can add me. Okay. Whenever you're ready. So that's the link. I'm posting it in all my chats. So Mixer, YouTube, Twitch. Okay. It didn't post to Twitch, it didn't post to Mixer, it only posted it to YouTube. Okay, Restream, your stream is making me manually post stuff. Okay, I'm gonna go to my Twitch and post it myself. I need to add this as a comment. I need to add it as a comment, like exclamation invite or something. I've been adding a lot of new comments to my bots the last few days. Oh wow, I got frozen.
Just added you.
Nice. I'm gonna accept it once there's no enemies around me. Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't see anything, mean. It sucks when there's when we can't see the effects. I can't see where the enemy is aiming. And if you don't see the effect of this Primordial Guardian, whatever it's called, you don't know where he's gonna turn. He has those lasers and those round machine gun thingies. And the orbs, there's something like a whitening orb he does as well. Did we kill everyone? Okay. Oh, you can just accept my invitation without me needing to accept it. That's nice. I'm liking those links and how they work. Yeah, definitely squishy. And if those zombies, if that map didn't have those zombies and it was a dog map in the forest, it's definitely gonna be easier. So some maps are just too overpowered in regards to to the enemy types. Fuck. No. Fuck. Stop attacking. Wherever my cursor is, it starts attacking at the location. Look at what got me. The damn spear got me. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the town, because I don't want to do this difficulty, it's just pointless for now. Normally I actually play with the Umali Waki belt, but for now maybe we can play with this one, with the material damage. And let's go back to Anvil's Wall, and let's see if I can invite him. I probably need to restart my game to see him in my friends
Righty
list.
when you are.
So I'm gonna quickly exit Wolcen and restart, because I can't invite you, I don't see you. So yeah, once I'm in the game, I'm gonna invite you.
Okay.
Or you can invite, it doesn't matter for me who's the host. If you're from the US and you have big ping on EU, you can invite me and I can play on the US servers.
Okay, I must.
Okay. I do see the message. I was just typing something, replying a comment while the game is loading. And what happened to my game? Why didn't it load? Wait, what? My game stopped loading and kicked me out. What? Well, that's weird. It was starting loading up Wolcen and everything, and then it suddenly stopped loading. Oh, Steam. Okay, I'm gonna copy your battle tag, but I think I've already got you in game. Let's see. Yeah, I already see you in game, so no need to copy the battle tag. So if you want to play on EU, we can play on EU. If you want to play US, we can play US, whichever you prefer. It's weird why my axe is burning when I don't have fire damage or sacred damage. It's just physical. Oh, it's a physical element. That's what the physical looks like. Cause I got only toxic and physical. Let's spin. Spin, spin. Actually, the other way, so we can end up swashing stuff while we're spinning. Yeah, the stream has delay. Like YouTube has bigger delay than the others. Mixer and Twitch seem to be a bit better. Even though on YouTube I've made it on the settings to not have big delay, it still has delays. And it's not about the delay being that big, but more like the more I watch, the 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 further back I get. I can't catch up to the stream when I'm watching on YouTube somehow. Not sure why. Maybe it's using different frames per second and I don't know. Sorry, I muted my mic to have a quick bite. So I was saying about the stream, I'm using a tool called Restream, and it streams to 3 platforms for free. So I'm streaming to Twitch, YouTube and Mixer for free. Maybe if I pay for a pro account, I would be able to get better results, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. It's a great tool, by the way. And if someone wants to contact me when I'm not online, let me see if I made a Discord comment. Did I? I'm just testing this comment.
You can join the Struck Club Discord server here. https://discordapp.com/invite/vtbrffh.
So this is linked to my Discord channel. I wanted to see if it works. It's a new command. I've never tested it and I want to see if it works on all channels. It does seem to work. Oh, YouTube didn't get it, but I'm gonna fix it later. So on YouTube I'm gonna post it myself. Ah, never mind. It posted it. It was just a delay. But YouTube also got the command. Okay, so let's do something. What do you wanna do? Okay, let's do a depth, just to make sure it's quick runs. Let's give them damage. Let's give them more damage. Stasis chance. Some resistance. And some more resistance, and let's accept. Oh, I forgot I'm not on the spin to win setup. Oh, I'm getting some wax at the moment at the start of the map. I think it's fixed now. Yeah, there definitely is some wagging for me. Not sure why. But anyways, I can try and live through it. Ah, didn't have rage. Let's see the chest. 2 battle staffs. Not good though. Loving this smashy smash build. Shit. I didn't hit them all with the stun. And Maniac seems to be doing a projectile based turret build. Pretty fun. With the blades and the fireball. This bounty. No, don't spin on me. Don't spin on me. There we go. Shit. He's still not dead. Wow. What? Oh, never mind. Was wondering what this is. Yeah, that's the shoulder. I read it as Pathfinder statement instead of Purifier statement, and I was like, what the hell is a Pathfinder statement? Well, if someone wants this shoulder, it's up for grabs. Maybe not this one, but one of the 2 ones I've got in my warehouse, but I have it 3 times already. So one of them I don't need. If you're planning on making a tank build that's not full tank, not the healer tank, but the blockchain stacking tank. Because the first man's something shoulder is the one you want for the healer tank, for the support tank. This one allows you to be blocking without wearing a shield and stacking some other heavy armor. So with just the shoulders it's 20% block. 20% block from the shoulders. You can get an armor with another 5. You can get helmet with another 5 if it's a heavy. And then even on some items you can get this modifier, the added block chance, and allow any weapon to block, I think. And when the game launches, we would be able to do that. We would be able to get those modifiers added via what's it called, regions. Some of the special regions that would allow us to add Saricel modifiers and not just the Saricel. So that's definitely gonna be fun to play with. Making what would I call it, the max block chance build without using shield. A spin to win with stacking block chance. Block chance and wipe leech, wall damage but good survivability. Okay. Oh, attributes buff. Pretty nice. Shit, there was a delay on my charge. Nice, 45k. I'm wondering now that I've upgraded the damage how much I can crit with the Warpath for. So far my record is like 59,000 or so. But that was not on this build, on my other builds for Warpath. So I'm loving the drops. Sarganaris, come on, pick it up, pick it up. Wow, seriously, there we go. Oh, let's see. Three, 8, 4, 8, 5, 7. 50 attack speed, 52 attack speed, 38 chance. Yeah, this is not a great one, but it's up for grabs. Another ring that's up for grabs. If someone wants it, it's theirs. Oh yeah, I do have rings. I can give you this one, and then in the town I've got some more. I've got another arbiter in the town. So a crown's brooch is also something that you might like.
I really enjoyed the stream, man. You helped me improve my build today, so thank you very much.
No worries, dude. I'm glad I was able to help, and thanks for being here, Sinful Duck. Nice playing with you indeed. Nice. Oh wait, I wasn't playing with you. Nice having you here. Was it you who played with me, or was it someone else? But yeah, it was definitely fun chatting with everyone who's here. And who was the person who was playing with me? Thought it was Sinful, but the name seems different. Let me check. Oh, it wasn't Sinful, never mind, my bad. So I can give you Maniac, if you're listening, I can give you Arbiter ring. I've got one Arbiter in my warehouse that I don't need. For turret builds, the Arbiter is nice. Rygar's Hope is the perfect starter item for what I'm playing right now. For the setup I'm playing right now, you want a Rygar's Hope until you can find a good legendary. Good Rygar's Hope can take this setup pretty far with 3 material damage sockets. I'm thinking of changing this setup. to get some more damage from Immortal Offering. I think adding Immortal Offering might be worth it, instead of adding the increased crit damage node. That would give me physical or rent. I think it would give me, not rent, it would give me toxic. It would give me toxic extra 25% damage. Because the enemies do keep dying from toxic when I'm playing this. With this weapon. Before with the Rygards probably there was no point, but now it does seem like there's probably more reason for me to try and experiment with the offering. But the offering is a lot of wasted nodes that don't give me much bonuses until I get the offering. So the question would be, would it be worth it for that 5 stacks of 5% damage, toxic damage? And if I can make other types of damage, I can get some more damage. Oh, if I go for Immortal Offering, I can make my Tracker's Reach do rent, do bleeding, and then I can get ailment based damage for different ailments. I can get the sacred one from these things for Wings of Ishmir. And Wings of Ishmir at the moment is sacred for the, not for the damage, but rather for the, what's its name, for the weakness. But if I were to remove this and maybe do this, or do the stun and increase the damage, maybe it would do more damage when I use the skill. Let's try it. 63,000 on, not Wings of Ishmir, on the Warpath. So Wings of Ishmir 12,000. Not bad. But I think it was doing around the same with the Sacred. 12,000 something. Nice. Let's see here. Come on, Wings of Ishmir. Okay, I'm gonna return the sacred Wings of Ishmir back into the setup. So I need to remove this and add this. And not for the sacred damage, but for the weakness. Just love the weakness there. On Delia's March, I'm sure my teammate would want those. Let's see if they're better than mine. If they aren't, he gets them. Yeah, only 12%. I've got one with 13% in the warehouse, but maybe he wants it, cause it's a good boot. It's definitely a good boot. Okay, next. Which way was the boss? Oh, we haven't found it yet. Haven't unlocked it. Oh, he's doing co-resistance based damage probably. Oh, don't worry, I've got two more. I've got two more in my warehouse, so if anyone needs Delia's boots, let me know. I got at least one or two more in the warehouse that I don't need. Keep getting that item a lot recently. Shimmering Shadow, so that's the 4 shield. Let's see here. Oh wow. This poison hurt. Let's check here, maybe there's something good. With that much magic find, it's pretty nice. Something did 27,000 and it might have been the jump. Because I had my cooldown for the charge ready for the warpath, so definitely wasn't warpath. Or maybe it was stacking different damages one after the other. It seemed like 27, but... Oh, did we get cooldown reduction shrine? I think we got altar with cooldown reduction. That's nice. I didn't know those existed. Okay, nice. Okay. Let's see next. Just making sure he's got all the wood he needed. Next. But yeah, earlier when I posted the Discord, I was saying like if anyone wants to ask me something when I'm offline, probably Discord is your best bet. Oh wow, wow. So happy how this damage of that build eventually from 11-12,000 hits, 13,000 hits, now it's going close to 20,000 hits. Just for a little bit of extra farming. Oh, where's the demon? Did not notice there was a demon. Boom, boom, boom. Hulk smash. Although this is more of a Thor and Hulk combined in one. Because it's smashing, but it's with a hammer. I'm loving the turret combo with what's it called? Turret with this Phantom Blade. Phantom Blade for trash mobs, turrets for elites and bosses. Good combo. That's actually similar to the build I used to push champion the other day while testing. I was using a similar setup. Turret setup with projectile stuff. I was using Havoc Orb with 4 projectiles instead of 6. And with the Havoc Orb up close, when you have 4 projectiles, it's a lot of damage on a boss. But still not as much as a turret can do. Gunslinger is nice indeed. Gunslinger is definitely nice if you can get that damage to stack. That shit tons of damage stacking. For me, I can't get to use Gunslinger well. I keep getting myself killed when I try to use it. Maybe I'm not fast enough with my fingers. Oh shit, I didn't know he's dead. Shit, missed. Okay, let's try and survive. And then I'm gonna be able to get this one, just gonna wait and do it safe. There we go. Let's teabag him while we can. How do we sit? Can't teabag people in this game. No sit command, let's try it. Sit. Invalid command. So getting close to 20,000 on the hits with this anvil. I'm pretty happy with that. Mako is, or Mako S, welcome to my Twitch, thank you for the follow, dude. Glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy your stay in that struck club, dude. And I'm wondering if my Twitch chat is glitched. Let me quickly check something. Test. Earlier I wasn't able to post myself, but I was able to read messages. Okay, it did go through. It did go through, just wanted to make sure. Sometimes my Twitch and Mixer and YouTube chats don't get fed to me. And I've ended up missing messages. I can test it, you don't have to type. Thank you for typing. Looks though. Good. Yeah, it does look good.
Mako Ease, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
And the bot was just delaying. Yeah, the bot was just delayed. Sometimes the bots have delays. And if anyone doesn't like the text-to-speech, I don't mind disabling it every now and then. I personally keep it just for myself, because I only have one monitor and it's hard for me to tell when someone writes while playing. I do have on the side a little part of the screen where I can see the chats. But yeah, I keep the text-to-speech only to myself. I tried redirecting it with voice meter. Me too, dude. Me too. Indeed, we are all in the waiting for release club. Waiting for the Wolcen release club. Going heavy and strong. What do you want to play on start, by the way? What do you want to build as your first main setup? I'm thinking of a turret necro. If there's projectile-based pets on the necro, I'm definitely gonna go for a turret necro. If there aren't, then I'm gonna be playing a regular necro. Ah, I couldn't hit it. Okay, now I could.
The builds. Only played 11 hours.
Oh yeah. I have no idea what the necro would be. I really have no idea what the necro would be, but just from the name I have an idea that it would be summoner. It would be necromancer, so I'm assuming skeletons and zombies and ghouls and abominations and stuff like that. So I really have no idea, but I really want to test it. I've played the other archetypes, but necro would be right up my alley. I love pet builds, I love lazy man setups. So a turret with pets would probably be my perfect synergy. Diablo 2 Necromancer and Grimdown Necromancer are even more fun if you haven't tried them. If you've not played Diablo 2 Necro or Grimdown Necro, you might have a blast checking them sometime. There's currently, by the way, a great bunch of mods for Grimdown. There's a Grimdown mod that converts it to Diablo 3 classes. There's also a total conversion mod that allows you to play the Diablo 2 campaign on Grimdown. It's called Reign of Terror. And it has the Diablo 2 campaigns. They recreated all the acts and stories and items, etc. from Diablo 2 and added them into the Grimdown environment. So one of them is a Diablo 3 conversion, the other one is a Diablo 2 conversion. But the Diablo 3 one is only the classes, I think. So you can combine... Oh wow. This game probably won't have serious modding because of the online only part, but maybe the offline only mode would have modding added to it. Oh fuck. So I'm assuming for the offline mode, probably people can make
Sounds like
mods.
fun. I just don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, not everybody does, and this is how it is. Completely understandable. I'm gonna do my best to spend some time when the game launches to quickly max out some characters and try some builds so I can let people know what seems to be working fine, what doesn't, what items there are to be found. So I'm gonna make sure I'm spending my time well when the game launches, and at the first start I'm not gonna make content and builds until I max out probably. Maybe I'm just gonna make some general guides at the start, something that I don't need to max out
You have a YouTube
to
channel?
make the content. Yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. Let me see if I can do the command. I added that command yesterday, so
www.youtube.com/structlf, my YouTube channel.
currently there are no builds for Wolcen there, because I'm just waiting for launch. Once the game launches, I'm gonna be doing different guides, different types of things that I think would be helpful for the players. Maybe a general beginner's guide for hints and tips would be nice for newbies that are migrating from other games and are not used to this system. Since there's different armor types, I'm gonna do something about the armor types and resistances and what the cons and pros of a resistance build, of a force shield build, of a health hybrid, or of all resistances. No, 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 no. Fucking bad spin to winner. Thanks for the assist. And yeah, do appreciate it. Trying to grow that YouTube channel, so every little sub counts there. Making partner on YouTube is a challenge, but slowly and steadily I've been trying to put content into the games that I enjoy playing, and I'm normally not trying to be the meta player. I'm not trying to pull the meta setups. I'm trying to pull more of a fun setups to play. Sometimes I end up accidentally finding a meta setup while trying to make fun builds. But yeah, I'm trying to make setups that I enjoy playing. If I enjoy playing, then maybe there's gonna be others that do as well. And for example, perfect example is in Warhammer Chaos Bane. On Warhammer Chaos Bane, my goal was to make builds for every set there is. Currently, some heroes kind of don't have in Chaos Bane. Some heroes don't have many varieties in how you can play them to be meta. That's why all sets can, on Bragi for example, on Bragi Fighter, all sets use kind of end up using kind of the Anvil build there. But on others like Conrad, yeah, I did see one of my...
most important. See you later.
Indeed, thanks for stopping by, and hope you enjoyed your time here, and see you some other time. So as I was talking about Chaos Bane, Conrad, the meta build I posted was not mine. It was someone I was playing with, a dude called TZD. Randomly found him in public matchmaking, and I was trying to replicate his build. Then as I was streaming and trying to replicate the guy's build, he comes into my channel and gives me some hints about things I should be using. Because when on first look I knew kind of some of the actives and passives he was using, but I couldn't tell 100% what he was using. I just wanted to replicate. Did I just do 21,000 with this? Wow. Wow. This is performing much better than I expected. And this is without a trial belt, without the second Argan's heart. and with only 8 plus 5% rage base damage. So I can get that to 9 plus 9, 20 together with the note that gives me 2%. Shit, I
Wolcen
missed.
Studio just announced that they won't finish the game.
Yeah, if they announce something like that, that's gonna be weird at this time. This game is definitely gonna be something that they would take care of. They won't just abandon this. By the way, tomorrow is the patch, the Tom King's patch for
The beta
console on
will be up
Chaos
for
Bane.
2 weeks.
Yeah, the beta would be up for a bit more. So we got 9 more days of online play. After that the servers would shut down for maintenance, and then on the 13th of February the game would launch. And then everything would be wiped. We would be starting over with our progression. So I wanted to give my teammate one of those. One of those rings. So let's compare those shoulders. 11, 11, 11, 13% block chance. Okay, 50, 33. For turrets, this is a great ring. It makes projectile-based stuff like what was the attack he was using? The blades attack. It makes it a bit slower, but it adds a lot of damage. So the projectiles travel slowly, but the damage is real. 151, 155. I'm gonna keep some more stuff here. I'm just gonna check it there. If anyone needs some of those items, do let me know, by the way. Yeah, the beta doesn't have as much end game activities as Diablo 3, but build wise I do like it more. I can say without shame or regret that this beta I enjoy playing more than Diablo 3. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't be playing it. If I enjoyed Diablo 3 or Path of Exile more, I would be playing those games. There are more things that I don't like in Diablo 3 and Path of Exile than the things I like in this game. And then the things I dislike about this game. So every game in the genre has something I may not like, but normally when the positives outweigh the negatives, I do play the game. And this, together with Torchlight Frontiers and Warhammer Chaos Bane, I do enjoy playing more than Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. Last Epoch I really wanna try, but I can't have every single game at the moment. But I will be eventually when it gets close to launch. Wildlife, I've not even heard of it, let alone try it. I might look it up. If I don't forget, I'm gonna look it up and see what it's about. This. But yeah, I've never heard of Wildlife. Is it a hack and slash? Because I do play mostly isometric hack and slash looters, but Borderlands 3 is an exception of a looter shooter. Destiny 2, I probably would have been playing it if I had storage room. I don't have enough storage space for Destiny 2 and it's like 100 gigabytes to get it. I do have pre-order on Destiny 2, back when it was on Blizzard. I just didn't play it because back when it launched it was kind of lacking, but now it's a completely different game, kind of. So I might eventually go back to playing Destiny 2 sometimes, when I get more storage space. But I'm gonna try and keep my channel to mostly stream hack and slash looters with the occasional Borderlands. Sometimes I do try new games, just for variety. Sometimes I try only single player games. Sometimes I'll try something that's completely different, like Temtem. Temtem is like a Pokemon style monster collection type of game. And I was playing it and streaming it during the stress tests. I'm definitely not gonna buy it, because I'd rather spend my money on something like Vast Epoch if I were to buy a new game for streaming. And if anyone has played Vast Epoch and wants to share their impressions of the game, I would love to hear that. Because so far I've only read comments on Steam, and I've talked to some people about it, and they are saying that there's a lot of stuff to be done before the game is gonna be able to hold someone's attention for more than a limited time of hours. Currently, from what I've read on the Steam, from the developers' description of the game and their roadmap, it seems like they're calling an alpha as a beta in Vast Epoch. But the same is the case here. This is a beta only in name. What we're playing right now is still an alpha. Because first of all, it doesn't have the full story, it doesn't have all core major features. So technically, what we're playing now is an alpha, not a beta. But that doesn't mean it's not fun. But they had to name it beta because they started over from the get-go. They scrapped everything that was made in the alpha some time ago, and all the things from there was completely salvaged and remade into this. And now some of the features that I liked from the alpha, the open world exploration, would be returning. Being able to farm world bosses and dungeons with named enemies would be perfect. Because not everyone wants to be doing the rifting type of end game content, the mapping. Someone might want to just go and farm the zones from the story, like bounties in Diablo in a way, or like Grimdown. In Grimdown you have a lot of the core content before they added Shattered Realms and all that stuff. They had all that open world redoing the story maps. I think this game would benefit from doing something like Grimdown's roguelike dungeons, like Bastion of Chaos, Steps of Torment. Something that would push people towards doing the story mode maps to reach some special dungeons that you maybe need to do some bosses to drop
maybe
keys.
We will have Diablo 4 before World War 3.
Maybe, we'll see. We'll see. It's definitely something I'm looking forward to, Diablo 4 releasing a beta or something like that. But yeah, whether Diablo 4 or World War 3 would be first, this is kind of debatable at the moment, I guess. But let's keep the politics out of the channel. But yeah, jokes are accepted, the general ones. But there's definitely a lot of BS going on. I haven't read news in probably months. Only occasionally if something shows up in my feeds. Since I don't go on social media, only on my streamer social media, and I just use my personal one for chatting, I'm not really informed about most stuff.
_Dane. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
Thunder God Bane.
_C_I_O_U_S. Thank you
Vicious
for the follow
and Thunder God Bane. I'm loving how the bot is reading the names. Thank you for the follow, folks. Welcome to the Struck Club, and glad to have you here. Much appreciated.
Is it good?
It's amazing. I mean, look at the combat. It's fast, visceral combat. It has so many possibilities for build making, and when the game releases, this is gonna be not 3 times the build making possibilities, but I'm assuming 15 times the build making possibilities. I'm gonna quickly just give you an example. of what we have now and what we are gonna have in when the game launches. Currently we have 20 active skills which decide what class you're playing. Each skill has 8 or 9 modifiers. When the game launches, we're gonna have 40 skills, so twice the skills, and each skill would have 16 modifiers. Currently we have 20 levels, each of them giving you modifier modifier points. So I don't know what the level would be when the game releases for the skills, but my guess is either 20, 30 or 40 is the max skill level, with 20, 30 or 40 skill modifiers. Then there's the stats. You have attribute points which you can respec all the time. You have ferocity, toughness, wisdom. You can respec them at all times, and it's not expensive. It's 100 times your level in gold coins. So if you're level 20, that's 200, not 200 but 2000 gold coins. If you're level 90, then that's gonna be 9000 gold coins. Just to give you an idea of what gold coins we can earn, a yellow item of level 26 can cost between 200 and 500. This one is 31, it costs 600. Legendary items can go up to 6, 7, 800 of the levels I've got. So roughly, let's say 10 items and you can respec. Then the same goes for the passive skill tree. The passive skill tree you can respec unlimited amount of times, complete respecs, not just one by one, and it costs the same amount as the gold coins, just in affinity. And affinity points you earn by finding skills. So I'm gonna show you something as an example once it drops. So when you fight enemies, they drop those skill books. If you've played Diablo 2,
How is the drop in,
Diablo 1, I mean.
Is it simple to play with randoms?
It's not that easy because it teams you up when you start the game. So if you started playing with without randoms, it's probably gonna be impossible for someone to join you. But before the game launches, I won't be able to tell you whether that's gonna remain the case. But currently, when I click play game, when I start my game, it starts looking for random people. And if it finds someone looking for a game at the same time, it will put us in the same game. If there isn't another person looking to team up at the same time, it's gonna be hard to start the game that's already started. This is for this end game mode called Soldier of Fortune. But you can easily add someone to your friend list, invite them. I hope the game adds something like clans or guilds, something that would help us with picking up some people to play with and to be able to communicate with outside of Discord and other such means. So as I wanted to show you, the game drops skill points, similar, not skill points but skill books called Teneracts, this one. So this is similar to Diablo 1 finding skill. So if you already know it, this would show up. You click the skill and you learn it, and then it gets added to your skill collection. And then what you do with those affinity points?
So cool.
What you do with this, you can sell it for 2000 affinity points to a specific NPC. 2000 affinity points. You can see at the moment this is how much it cost me to respec my passives. Not sure whether this would be the values when the game launches, but currently it's super easy. And you can see you have 1, 2, 3 here and 6 here, which is a 9 total archetypes. So you don't have classes or professions, but you have archetypes into which you can spec. And another great thing is you can rotate this. You can rotate this and things need to be linked to benefit from the bonuses. Then, okay, let's fight the boss here. So you have 9 archetypes at the moment and there's gonna be 12 more. This one would be added when the game launches. 12 more archetypes which you can also rotate So the possibilities of build making are just skyrocketing when the game launches. And the socketing system is simple Diablo 2 style at the moment. But if you want to know more, I uploaded a video on YouTube, but if you don't want to watch the video, I can give you an article with information about the socketing crafting system. So just give me a moment and I'm gonna give you that link. Where did it go? Where did it go? Come on. Just a second, I'm gonna grab it from my description of the video.
I'll check out your YouTube.
Okay. Well, I'm still gonna give you the link though. I'm still gonna give you the link for anyone who might be wondering about it. So this is the link regarding crafting. So the crafting would be a mixture between Diablo 2 socketing and Path of Exile orbs. So they're adding thank you for the subscription, Bane Thunder God on YouTube, much appreciated. So they're adding something called regions, different orbs, which are gonna be similar in a way to Path of Exile materials. So you're gonna be able to reroll the stats on an item completely, or just reroll one for a new one, or remove one, or add one. So there's gonna be different things you can do to it. And based on what sockets you have in the item, the outcome would be different. You can either protect some things and not lose them, or you can get different things based on the sockets. Currently each gem that you find has 3 things that it can give you. But when the game launches, each gem would have 9 things that it can give you based on the socket type. So currently we have 3 socket types. When the game launches, we're gonna have 9 socket types. So this is a support socket. This is a defense socket, and this is an offensive socket. When the game launches, we're gonna have 3 types of each. So 3 support types, 3 offense types, and 3 defense types. So this adds a little bit more depth to the whole socketing system. Definitely something that's not too difficult to understand once you get the hang of it. And it's not something that simple either. So it's not like the current simplified socketing system that's more of a Diablo style, Diablo 2 style, but it's not completely RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG like Path of Exile. So it's a bit of both worlds. So you're still gonna have some control to a certain extent over the results by socketing certain gems. And when you're using those regions, it's gonna consume the socketed gems. So let's say you wanna get material damage. Let's say you wanna get material damage on a weapon, like this weapon. I have 5 stats. So if the maximum is 6 stats, and I wanna get percentage material damage on this weapon, I'm gonna socket 3 material damage weapon gems.
Overwhelming, so prefer Diablo 3.
Yeah, this is a middle ground, not as overwhelming as Path of Exile, not as simplified as Diablo 3. The same goes for Chaos Bane, kind of middle ground. So if I want to get material damage with the new system, I'm gonna be using a certain regent together with 3 material damage sockets. Then it's gonna consume my material damage sockets, and it's gonna give me higher chance of getting flat material damage into the weapon as the sixth stat. So not too difficult to get used to how the system works. And there's more to discover about the system. They didn't review everything, but they did review quite a lot of it. So in a way this might even be better than Diablo 3 rerolling. Sometimes I would spend hours and hours and days in Diablo 3 to try and get that perfectly rerolled item, and spending so many resources, whereas with this game you would just need the correct gems placed into the correct socket, and maybe that's gonna be all you need. More testing will be needed when the game launches. For now I can just
My
guess.
girlfriend has 2 sockets and I never know which color put face with tears of joy.
Well, if you place it in brackets wrong hole, you would know. Unless it's the right hole for her. That depends on her preferences. But isn't there a third socket though? Isn't there a support socket? Like, you have 2 offensive sockets, but I think she has 1 support socket as well. Slightly far away from the other 2.
Face with tears of joy. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I gotta laugh chat sometimes.
Third sockets.
Let's see if it will do the emote. Did it do the emote? Let's see. Did you see the emote, Twitch? Because I posted it from my restream. I hope it worked. It was supposed to post my emote on Twitch.
So you think it will launch February 13th? No.
I think it will launch on February 13th. YouTube doesn't have my Twitch emotes, because I'm not YouTube partner, so I can't add emotes to YouTube, unfortunately. The same goes for Mixer. But I did see it posted it on Twitch. But yeah, gotta love you, chat. When talk like this happens. As for thinking about February 13th, I think that's when we would see the game. I don't think they're gonna delay it again. If they wanted to delay it more, they would have been more upfront. I think that's how they've been so far. It would not have hurt them to say we need 1 more month, give us 1 more month, so hopefully they don't do another extent. 2 weeks is a reasonable amount of time. And for me, I don't mind waiting 1 or 2 more months, because I've already been waiting years for this game. So asking me to wait for more time, it's fine, as long as I know how long I need to be waiting for. Let's see, is it this way? Yeah, it should be this way.
Dying Light 2.
Nice. Dying Light 2. I don't think I've even played or seen it. Maybe it sounds familiar, but it doesn't. It rings a bell, but I'm not sure exactly what. I'm gonna need to check it. Oh, look at this one. That's a beauty of a legendary one. I still prefer the unique one though for spell builds.
Face with tears of joy.
Well, if it's delayed because of him, fuck him. It's always his fault, at least it's easy now. But yeah, jokes aside, the guy's a big douche. I try to keep the chat out of the political, but Trump jokes are allowed. Trump jokes are allowed. Not sure if Google and Twitch would have problems with us joking about them, but definitely allowing Trump jokes, Trump memes. No, no, no. Shit, yeah, I got frozen. Didn't have my Wings of Ishmir ready on time. Let's wait for a moment. Yeah, this demon is a bit annoying sometimes. But turrets eat those for breakfast. So he shouldn't be having difficulties, he should be fine. We gotta wait for him to be outside of combat. By the way, Maniac, I noticed you're using the what's it called, the spear. You can try using the holy damage spear to apply weakness stacks. Weakness stacks would make your attacks do more damage. So if you're open to suggestions, try using it sometimes. This one, Arctic Spear, with sacred damage. Sacred damage prolong the seed for extra buff, and the other one is optional. But this one is nice because it would apply weakness more often. So that's how I normally do it. Oh, you are? Okay. Because it looked on my screen to be blue instead of yellow. And definitely gives a good buff to the turret. I just noticed it while I was dead. I had some time to notice the effects. Maybe it's glitched on my end. See, it looks blue-white. Currently you have legendary and unique, being the top tier gear. But neither is the better option, because some legendaries would be better than unique, whereas some uniques would be the good choice you want for the build. So it's kind of making a build between a mixture of legendaries and uniques. Some modifiers cannot drop on uniques. Like this modifier, 5% damage per 100 unspent rage. This goes to 9% and it can only drop from certain game difficulties, certain game modes, and only from the enemies in those zones there. And legendaries are kind of like the stronger version of yellow items, which are the stronger version of blue, which are the stronger version of white. Wildcard X, thank you for the follow, dude.
Hey guys,
welcome to my Twitch, nice to have you here, much appreciated. Gates of Fate. Well, if you tell me what skills you wanna use on the mage, I can do some suggestions. One thing I can tell you on the Gates of Fate: get this one. Even if you're not doing ailment build, get it. Getting this one would allow you to get 25% damage of the type you take. Extra rage and willpower would never hurt you. If you're doing projectile mage, so fireball, Arctic Spear, projectile and Arctic Spear, you might want to get projectile damage. Projectile damage works for Arctic Spear and for fireball.
Is my fave build, so what would you suggest?
Well, for Whirlwind, even the thing I'm using right now works. It's not the most suitable setup, but it is a setup that works. You can try and copy paste this setup. Maybe don't take this one. Don't take this one, and instead of this one, maybe take this one here. And you're gonna see this Whirlwind setup for the passives. So without changing my passive, you're gonna see me do this. Spinning, winning all day long, going strong. So this setup is nice. And for a starter item, if you're using this setup, there's one thing to know. My passives are for physical damage items.
Spin to win, baby.
So my passives are for spin to win items. So this would work very well with a unique axe called the Edgy, without the, or with Rygarde's Hope, which is a unique item with 3 sockets, 2-hander. So this is only useful if your weapon here only does material damage. So physical, rent and toxic. If it doesn't do material damage, then you do not want this. You want to get rid of this. This you can keep, but those 3 nodes you get rid of. Then you get this wife leech maybe. And what else can you get? You can get those 2 nodes. If you want extra survivability, those 2 nodes are nice. You can get extra attack damage here, or melee damage, or maybe you can even get this melee and projectile. Cooldown is also not a bad option sometimes. But yeah, if your weapon looks more like a weapon that gives you elemental or cool damage, just get rid of those 3 nodes. But for this setup, the way I have the passives, there's 2 very good starter items. Actually, there's a lot of uniques you can use. You can use the dual wielding unique axes, or you can use the unique daggers together with an axe, or together with themselves. As long as the item only does material damage, it's gonna work with my passives. I can show you later some other passives for an elemental based spin to win, or occult based spin to win. Occult is strong, because with occult you can get flat damage occult gems. You can get gems that give you... no, not occult. Actually, yeah, you can get Sacred and Shadow. You can get Sacred and Shadow from and Aether from gems as flat damage, which is pretty strong. Maniac, thank you as well, and sorry for me being AFK every now and then. Are you going to Stormfall? If you are, we can go together. Let's end it. So you can collect the rewards. Blue rewards, nothing too fancy. But still, it is some wood. Oh Maniac, let me give you the bow.
For WW build too. What's your stats look like, Struck?
My stats are everything in ferocity, by the way. Everything in ferocity. Oh, this one I'm gonna keep, because I want that pistol. This pistol is amazing. My first triple, actually my second triple socketed triple flat damage pistol. So I think I have one here with 2 sockets. Now I'm gonna have this one as an upgrade. If only this didn't have whitening and had toxic, it would have been amazing. The same goes for this one, but fire. So my stats are this. My passives are these. So yeah, if you're doing elemental spin to win, you don't want this. And you don't want those 3 nodes. That gives you 4 points. I would suggest spending 1 point here for crit chance, spending 2 points here for the wife leech, and you can try get this extra 1% damage here. It's not gonna be a bad choice. You can also try and get some movement speed and attack speed. It's also never a bad choice with the spin to win. You can also get some extra HP here, or even here melee damage, projectiles, here rage cost reduction, maximum health. But those 2 rage cost reductions are kind of an overkill, but if you're having problems with the rage cost, take them. Another good thing for rage cost is this and this. But all you need for rage with spin to win on easier difficulties is rage generation or on kill. This would be more than enough to sustain it. So the uniques I was talking about are this one. This is a good one, and the better option would be this one. So this sword is a great option. Put 3 material damage gems
AHH cool.
inside it, and you have a pretty good good setup for my passives. If you're using my passives, which converts every damage into physical, into material. And this is the thing. If you're converting damage, you're losing damage. If you have other types of damage that are not material.
So what's the level cap?
The level cap currently is 20. When the game launches, it will be 90. So there's gonna be a lot more levels to grind, a lot more stuff to do. There are so many things overall when the game launches that if I were to start listing everything, I would need a lot of time. But you can see some of the things that are coming on launch on this link, which I'm gonna provide in a moment. This is one good link with info, and this is another good link with info, and the third link, which I gave to everyone earlier, is this one. So that's a lot of good info for things that are coming.
Pay to win?
There is no pay to win in this game. It's a buy to play game, no cash shop items. I'm hoping they would add cash shop cosmetics like Path of Exile, as long as the cosmetics are not too much on the eyes. Like if they're not an eyesore to watch, then that's good. Because people have different ways they might wanna support the game. So if someone wants to spend money on cosmetics, that's perfectly fine for me and for most others. So if you want certain items, let me know. Hit me up. This one is not for giving away, but I can give you this. Everything on this page that is unique is up for grabs. This is also for grabs. So all those unique items in this page I can give away. Together with those boots. 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs of those boots for giving away. So definitely got some stuff to give. This one is also for giving away. Let's put it here, and those ones aren't. But let me quickly compare something. I want to compare this 17, 16, 1, 17, 18, 1, 19, 16, 1, 1, 4, 5, 21, 1, 4, 5, 24. Okay, this is for giving away as well.
Can I have your computer?
I wish I could share it. My computer, yeah, I did recently upgrade it, but I'm playing on an HDD and I only have let me see. I have 83 gigabytes free storage only on my HDD. On my system drive I have 38. So this is my next thing I'm gonna be upgrading. A code damage gauntlets. They probably can replace this one. No, they can't. Okay, for now let's keep farming. Elemental resistance. So I've got another half an hour, 40 minutes of streaming before I stop.
Songs, LOL.
Good for MP3 songs. Okay. Not even fuck, just MP3. Not even a WAV. Either resistance. Let's give them shock chance. Let's give them... Let's do this. Okay, let's go. Alexander Ivakin. And this Alexandri Vakin has bows that we keep finding. The dude had so many bows. Look at that. Here I've got 2 of those bows of his. Actually, one of those bows I can give away as well. So yeah, a bit of spin to win for everyone. You asked for spin to win, there we go, here it is. That's not how I normally make my spin to win, but it is a way of making it if you want to. This one's also for giving away, just gonna check it whether it's better than the ones I've got. Well, this one gives up to 9 flat damage. So 3 to 8, 4 to 8 or 3 to 9. 35, 16, 43.
Nice EWW, laughing face, I'll vote it.
45, 30. Okay, interesting. I'm glad you love it. Yeah, it definitely is a fun setup. It won't push some of the harder content, but some of the easier ones when you're farming, it's one of my favorite ways of farming, doing a whirlwind build. Farming for easy difficulty items is great. You do need items like those though, and those drop from the Wrath of Saricel enemies. So if you want rage based damage, you wanna be doing some Wrath of Saricel. If you want uniques and general legendaries, you wanna be doing regular modes.
So what are these game modes?
The Wrath of Saricel game mode, well, you have this one, which is expeditions, and then Wrath of Saricel is just bringing some twist to this mode. Normally the expedition is you pushing 6 maps. You have to push 6 maps, one after the other. Like after you kill the boss, you move on to the next one and move on to the next one, and at the 6th one you're gonna be able to go to the town and earn 2 checkpoints. You can at any time return to the town, but then you won't be able to return back. So if you decide to bail early, you're not gonna get the checkpoints unlocked. This is how you push further and further, by doing 6 maps after 6 maps after 6 maps. Each checkpoint is extra 3 monster levels, so by finishing 6 maps you're unlocking 2 checkpoints of 3 monster levels each. And Wrath of Saricel changes this. It changes it to simply pushing 1 map, and you're not getting wood from the enemies. You're getting wood at the end of the Wrath of Saricel run. So it's kind of the same thing, but the monsters would not drop. There's a new type of enemies called Untainted, which can be a bit annoying sometimes. And then at the end, depending on how you performed, you get a rank. Rank S+, S, A, B, C, etc. So if you're not dying, if you don't die a single time, you're gonna get S+. If you die once, it's gonna be S. If you die 2 times, it's gonna be A. So this is kind of how it goes. So on that other mode, you wanna make sure you survive. You wanna make sure you do it deathless if you wanna get the most out of it. And if you do it properly, good things can happen. I can show you what can happen. Just give me a moment. Let's be braggadocious and show you what can happen. So first of all, let's go to the folder.
Are you German?
No, I'm not German. I'm from Bulgaria, dude. But thanks for asking. In the meantime, where was that screenshot? I think it was somewhere here. I think it was in my Warhammer folder by accident. Yeah, it's here. So this is what can happen if you are Wookiee. I'm gonna zoom in just a moment. So if you're Wookiee, you earn rank S+, and then you might end up getting 5 legendaries like me, with the 6th one in the chest. And this was for 2 minutes and 16 seconds. This was done with the spin to win setup as well, by the way. With my other spin to win weapon. So yeah, you kind of based on your rewards earn items that can have special modifiers. Of course, it's not always, and it's gonna be very rare that you're gonna see 5 legendaries. It's gonna be very rare that you're gonna see 5 legendaries. Sometimes it's gonna be just yellow items. Sometimes it's gonna be 1, 2, 3 legendaries. But if RNGesus is on your side, this would happen. And this was, mind you, on Adept. So it was on the easiest possible difficulty you can get. And it was still rewarding. So definitely not a bad mod, but you just gotta make sure you're not dying. So make sure you're playing a build you're comfortable with and that you're playing it safe. And you don't have to kill that many enemies. You don't have to kill every elite. You can actually skip the elites. You can skip the elites and just kill trash mobs. And then at the end kill the bosses, and that's it. Because enemies don't drop wood. You just get the wood at the end. At the end there's a boss fight, then there's a chest. You open the chest, you get those rewards, and then you get drops from the chest as well. Other things that can give you wood in the Wrath of Saricel, the Tainted map mod, would be map chests. So if you've noticed me playing, sometimes on the map there would be some cursed chests that trigger an event when you open them. So those cursed chests are another option of things that in that other mod can give you rewards. I'm just gonna show you. Instead of talking, I'm gonna go back to the town and show you. It's much easier that way. So what we do is we talk to the same NPC. And let's select Adept, and then we roll modifiers the same way we do normally. And when we have 4 modifiers, we can wear untainted enemies. So I don't do projectiles, so this would do for me. This would do for me. Okay, this would do for me. This maybe? Oh
so
shit, I should not have done this.
What were your thoughts on Diablo 4 gameplay? I thought the druid looked amazing.
I thought everything I've seen looked amazing, but I'd rather not overhype myself, because I don't want to get disappointed by Diablo 4. But yeah, if you want Diablo 4 information, everything that I can find on the internet can be found on this post. This link collects a lot of useful information about Diablo 4. If someone hasn't seen the info, well, it's there. Probably there's more info somewhere out there, but those guys who made this made sure to include almost everything they can. So you see now the enemies are not dropping gear, as I said, and the only difference was that I worked untainted enemies. And you're gonna see those untainted enemies in a bit when they appear. They randomly show up. Filling up the bar for this mode is much easier than for the other, by the way. Okay, the first untainted enemy shows up. It's a Shadow Blade, so he's gonna ambush me.
In D3.
Well, what I was doing until now was like Rifts in Diablo 3 and Shattered Realms in Grim Dawn, but this one is one single level. That's the difference. With this one you only have one level. with the untainted. So the untainted are farmed for certain items. Whereas if you don't taint it, it's typically like rifts, but there's a limit. Champion 9 is the limit. And Champion 9 is enemies having like 50 something levels, no, not 50, 70 something levels above you. Which is pretty difficult. 70 something levels. So Champion 1 is level 50. If you're level 20, it's gonna be level 51 enemies, I think. I need to check it. Each rank is 3 levels, so Adept is 1 level above you. Veteran 1 is 4. There's 9 veteran levels and 9 champion levels, so keep adding. 3 times 9 and 3 times 9, so 6 times 9. So currently we have 19 times, maybe, yeah. No, let me see. We have 19 times 3 the levels above mine. Or maybe that's not the maths. It's 18 times my levels plus 1 time. So 18 times 3. I'm gonna calculate it with calculator because I'm bad at maths. So 18 times 3 plus 1, 55. Okay, so at the maximum you have the enemies being 55 levels above you, I think. So at level 20 that's gonna be level 75 enemies at Champion 9. Which is pretty difficult. I mean, you would need some sort of meta build where you're squeezing the most out of every single piece of equipment. And you're gonna need some team play build, like one of you would need to be a tank with some healing, self-healing. The other one would probably need to be a mage with some extra healing, probably from Genesis. So the damage probably would be very low, but you're still gonna be able eventually to do it. But there's gonna be meta wars here. There's definitely gonna be a lot of meta play, and if you're gonna wanna push the hardest content. I never try to be the meta player, I never try to be pushing as hard. As long as I have fun and I can get good gear and I can enjoy playing, I'm fine, I'm happy. But every now and then I'm gonna try pushing, even after the game launches. I'm gonna try to push all the way to the end eventually. So those enemies I can skip if I want to. I'm already good to go for the boss, so I don't need to be killing those. But I'm still killing some on my way. And you see, one shot and he's down. And there we go, victory. This took 4 minutes something because I was just taking longer. Normally do this with a spin to win, by the way. Let's do a few more of those runs. You never know, maybe I'm gonna get a good
That's pretty sweet.
Good thing.
Can't wait for this game.
Me too, buddy, me too. Can't wait. And it's so close to the launch. So close to the launch. Okay, let's do a spin to win for this this content.
Is there transmorg in this?
There will be. It's called Wolcen. I think that's what they called it. It's a joke, but yeah, there's gonna be a transmog NPC. What they called it was literally what they called it is Yeah,
Oh, nice.
Wolfswag, Words of Fashion. Wolfswag, Words of Fashion. At the release, Wolcen will offer a very refined tinting system. So there's gonna be dyeing. So there's gonna be dyes, 100 different dyes to wood, and we're gonna be finding those dyes. I'm just gonna type it. Instead of reading it for you, let's type it and my bot would read it. Or maybe he won't. Even if he doesn't read it, as long as you see the text, you can read it yourself and see what I mean. So yeah, a bit of spin. Oh wait, I need to reset the map. I can do veteran 1 this time instead of adept.
How do you get primordial affinity?
Primordial
3D,
affinity.
thank you for the follow
Hello
and
Mirage
welcome to the
3D.
Strut Club.
Mirage 3D, the primordial affinity you
So
get
this
from
game
doing
can hold me until
certain
B4,
content.
laughing face.
You can do certain content and get it as a reward, or you can go to this NPC and buy those things, which are skill books. And those skill books also drop from enemies. Each one of those skill books, you can go to the same NPC but click here. And then you can sell each one of those for 2000. So each one of those, I bought them for 1000 gold, I sold them for 2000 primordial affinity. I think some of the things would change. Pricing and things like that might change. But the main thing is those skills drop from regular enemies. They're called Eneracts. And that's similar to Diablo 1 skill tomes, where you learn the skills by finding them. And yeah, you can sell them. The ones you don't need, you can just sell them to the NPC for primordial affinity. You can see I need primordial affinity to wear untainted enemies here.
Thanks.
No worries, glad I could provide some info. And welcome to my channel, dude. Much appreciated for the follow. Shock chance. So let's wear untainted enemies and let's do projectiles. So yeah, a bit of spin to win for this one to make it faster. Okay. We're on track. Oh, a chest. This chest, see, you can see the enemies don't drop wood. And you get the wood at the end, as you saw. But this chest can drop, and this is a red chest. This can drop very good gear, the red chest. Yeah, it drops skills. There's no class. There's no classes in the game. You can be anything at any time. They told me I can be anything, and I became spin to winner, or I became a necro. So today you can be a necro, then tomorrow you can be a spin to win tank, or you can be a spin to win rogue, or you can be an archer. There is no classes. There's full respect at all times. Like, you can respect your stats, you can respect your skills. Everything can be respect. Shit, don't die, don't die. I'm gonna explain in detail about that in a moment. Just wanna check something here.
Haha, this chest fight is so like D3, laughing face.
Yeah, chest fights could probably seem familiar to different games. And yeah, you can be any class. Here's your stats. You can respec them. Of course, you need to be in the town, and you can respec your passives. So what passives and what skills you pick decide your class. So you can learn every single ability in the game without restrictions. Oh shit, an enemy appeared. A wild... well, I need some rage. Let's do some spinning. And this is a shrine. In the game, the shrines are called... what was the name? I forgot. uh, well, this is kind of similar to shrine, but every time there's gonna be a fight. You're gonna have to fight, and when you win, you get the bonus. I got movement speed, so I really forgot the name about this, but I'm gonna see it now. It says it's shit, it doesn't say. They had an official term, but you can call them shrines, and I guess no one would bat an eye. And those stay for a bit. They're not permanent. So I don't have a wife leech at the moment, so playing against a spin to win enemy with my spin to win is not the best choice. This is a spin to win boss. No, no, don't kill me. Fuck, I missed hit. Okay. So I would kill this one. Oh, I think those were called outers. I think they were called outers, the shrines. I can confirm the real name in a moment.
Game looks awesome.
And the real name of this is... Outers. Yeah, that's the real name of the shrines. Just quickly want to check something.
How do you think this game stacks up to Warhammer Chaos Bane or Path of Exile? I know Poe been out while, but you think Wolcen will be a juggernaut among ARPs?
I think Wolcen can be, with the right marketing and the right word of mouth spreading, probably not as big of a juggernaut as Path of Exile, because Path of Exile needed years to become what it is. And it's gonna be hard for Wolcen to come close to what Path of Exile has at the moment, but I think this can see tens of thousands of players playing it, whereas Path of Exile has hundreds of thousands of players, maybe even close to 1 million when each season launches. So this game, I'm assuming, might have 1/5 or 1/4 of the population of Path of Exile when it launches, in the first few months after the launch, when the word spreads that the game is good, etc. We need people like Riker or like Ziggy D from Diablo and from Path of Exile, and Bloodshed from Diablo. Big names. We need big names spreading the word that the game is good if they like it. And then the people would start walking into the game. So we're just hoping that it would get well received by the people in the genre, in the community that have big audiences, so that they can confirm the game is worth getting. This item, I'm gonna keep it for someone who might wanna make such a build. I don't really want it right now, but it's good for rage-based damage. This one, my occult damage shoulders are kind of better. Rage and willpower cost reduction though. might keep that shoulder. It seems like a decent shoulder, let's keep it. But there is a lot of potential in this game. A lot of potential to be tapped and a lot of room for growth in the game. So... oh, shadow damage and the cold damage and force shield. I'm intrigued by this. Okay, let's go back. I wanna check the yellow wood. So
Yeah,
this
I never
map
played
mode
Poe
gives
before.
special modifiers.
Just wondering because it looks complicated compared to Wolcen.
You can compare this beta you can compare to Chaos Bane. When the game launches, it's gonna be in a whole another league compared to Chaos Bane. So yeah, I'm playing Chaos Bane as well. I make videos about it. I made build videos with the final updates, etc. But this game is just gonna be on another league compared to Chaos Bane once we get all the content that they've been promising for launch. Chaos Bane has such a boring itemization system, such a limiting itemization build making system that at one point it gets boring. I mean, it still can offer you some fun times, but the asking price of Chaos Bane is not worth the game. Whereas this game currently is asking for less, and it's in a beta that's actually technically an alpha, and still can offer some fun times, probably more than Chaos Bane in regards to variety of builds that you can do. Yeah, of course not everything is meta, and that's the case with every game that kind of has a lot of depth to it. I'm gonna do 1 or 2 or 3 more of those maps. And the Untainted Enemy maps. And
Yes,
if Chaos Bane changes the itemization system...
I love the lore, not so much loot.
Exactly, it's a boring itemization. It's a weaker version of Diablo 3 itemization, sets being the go-to items. In Diablo 3 at least you can mix some things with the sets, but you still are going for sets unless you're doing LON build. If you're doing an LON build in Diablo 3, then yeah, maybe you're not using sets, but that's even harder to gear up for. And it's boring and it's lazy. It's lazy way of making itemization in the game. Making a set and you're saying, here, you want to use this set with this skill, that's it. You want to use this set with that skill, that's it. This is lazy. This game does not do that. Torchlight Frontiers does not do that. There was reasons why they didn't want to add sets. We already have previews of the soft sets, as they're calling it in Torchlight Frontiers, where you can mix and match 3 pieces, or you can go for full on 6 pieces. So in Torchlight Frontiers, by having 3 pieces of certain visually similar set, you would be getting the most out of it. And since there are 6 pieces of armor, you can either do 3 plus 3, or you can do full 6. But it's probably gonna be better to do 3 plus 3. And they're not catered towards certain skills, but rather towards certain playstyles. So that's what I like about Torchlight Frontiers. It's very neatly balanced in this regard, that regardless what skill you pick, you're still gonna be able to complete any type of content. Even now in the alpha. So Torchlight Frontiers, another game from the genre to keep your eye on. It's more of a casual, on the casual side of the spectrum, and it has this animated, cartoonish shading, cell shading or graphic that some people don't enjoy. But Torchlight is Torchlight. You can't expect Torchlight to be Diablo, even though it's made from 2 of the creators that made Diablo, made Torchlight 1 and 2. Yeah, Chaos Bane has good combat. Chaos Bane has, like Wolcen, fast visceral combat, but if I have to compare both games, Wolcen is just the superior one. Both are made from indie French studios, but Chaos Bane had less development time, and it was rushed. It was definitely rushed when it came out. but it's the only Warhammer Fantasy ARPG. We have 40k Inquisitor Martyr, but we don't have a hack and slash other than Chaos Bane and some mobile games that are Warhammer hack and slash isometric. We do have Vermintide, but it's first person, so it's not for everyone. And Vermintide can be very punishing if you're not a meta player. And with the randomness of the game director, you can get trolled so badly there sometimes. And it's also doing that type of gearing that's very limited. So yeah, Wolcen at the moment is the contender for my top ARPG, together with Torchlight Frontiers on the more casual side of things. So if I want something more casual, just to chill, I can do easy content in Wolcen, or I can do Torchlight Frontiers. Both games have their charms and have their pros and cons. I think Path of Exile is a good middle, not Path of Exile, but this game, Wolcen, is a good middle ground between something being as demanding and as hardcore as Path of Exile, and something being as casual as Torchlight Frontiers. So this is gonna be like the middle ground for me. I really want to try Last Epoch, but I think it's probably a bit too early for me to go and try it. And I can't afford to get it right now. For now my priorities are different, like an SSD or two. But yeah, definitely have my eyes on it. When I can, I will try it and play it and stream it. But for Wolcen, I will try to bring content for all of you as soon as I can once the game launches. For now, I'm just avoiding making builds because everything's gonna be outdated, knowing that the items are gonna be completely different and everything, like gems, etc. There are some things I want to check here, so just a moment. Nope. 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 Some yellow items can be very good. I mean, you can see I'm still using some actually. I can already go for the boss, so let's do that. Let's go for the boss now. Let's not kill everything on my way. Ah, shit. I clicked outside of the game window. Wow, that was quick. Yeah, I'm playing on windowed mode and it's easy for me to end up clicking outside of the window borders, and then then that's like a second or two until I out and tap back to it. Like, if my cursor is not on the screen, then it's probably on another window. Okay, this is the boss. Let's go. One shot it. Triple socketed, but no rage based damage. %, but no sockets. Unfortunate. Still not bad though, for a 4 shield build with that needs that extra damage. Not bad. Toxic Rent, attack, crit hit chance, ailment stacks, but spell damage is kind of ruining this, and ailment stacks. This one's also kind of not too bad, but I prefer using damage per unspent rage in most cases. It's just too good to miss out on this damage on a bruiser. I can keep this armor for anyone who might want it. Yeah, if
Blizzard
you
has
want
their
gear
hands
for
full
this
if they want to
game,
compete for top
hit
R
me up
page
at
and
any
make it
time.
like D2 was for years. It will be interesting to see how they update the game in the future. With games like Wolcen.
Indeed. I mean, I hope they just don't run out of ideas and keep bringing expansions. If they bring expansions, people would buy them. Look at Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is great in this aspect. People keep coming back to the game every time there's a big patch, big expansion. And even though it's a game that has a single player mode where people can use trainers and cheats and cheat tables and all of that, as long as you play with people you trust, there's no problems. This game has online only mode. You cannot bring cheated single player characters into online mode. So this is one step above that. So some of the people I've talked to said that that's the reason why they're not playing Grim Dawn. So if that's their only reason not to play Grim Dawn, they would definitely enjoy this game. And yeah, I'm a big fan. I've played Grim Dawn for a lot of time. I just at one point got got tired of leveling up all the time. Leveling up to 100, maxing out a new character for a new build. And I know you can use Grim Stash and everything like that to help ease the process, but it just feels weird having to use something like this. And this game allows you to create an endgame only character, the same way you have it in Diablo. You complete the story once, you unlock the endgame mode. Then you can create a new character and someone can power level you, and you don't have to complete the story with your outs if you want to. So this is something great. If people want to make new characters for new builds instead of respecting their current one, which is probably what I'll be doing, I will be making new characters for new builds if the leveling up is quick. If I can power level my character in a day from 0 to 90 with the endgame only mode, it's gonna be amazing. Even if I can do it in a week, I'm still gonna do it. It's definitely worth it. So I'm gonna do one more map and then probably that's gonna be it, guys, because it's 38 past midnight here. There will be some more tomorrow. Always happy to team up with viewers as well and give you some assistance with whatever you might need help with. Let's do this. Let's do... Fuck, the game is trolling me.
I sub to your channel.
Thanks,
Thank
dude,
you
I
for
do
answering my
appreciate it,
quest
really
UI
helps me
odds.
grow it. Thanks a lot, glad to have you here, Chris. And I do promise soon, when the game launches, I will do my best to start pumping out the content as soon as I can. I'm also open to suggestions in regards to what content you would like to see on YouTube for the game when it launches. What type of guides or information you would wanna see in a video. At the moment I don't know much about the systems that are gonna be coming, but there will be a guide for the jamming system, for the jamming and upgrading system. I already did like an overview based on the information I have, but the full guide would be coming. And something like an introduction to armors and classes would be coming,
Okay,
probably into introduction to the passive skill tree, like a newbie's introduction to passive skills in and active skills in Wolcen probably is gonna be coming as well. So those are just 3 things that I'm gonna be trying and doing as soon as I can, because they don't require me to max out a character to do those. And some starter builds. Some starter builds is probably what I would also do. Some starter builds that are good to level up in the early and medium difficulty levels. that are not for pushing but just for leveling. Because always, I always get requests, not requests, but people keep asking me what builds are good for leveling. What should I do for leveling when I play other games? So I'm gonna try and do something like that as well. If I figure out a good, solid, safe to level build. Melee in general, melee and turrets don't require you to have great gear to be able to do the current act of the story. So that's probably what is gonna be the safe to level. But that's just me guessing. Mages kind of require certain gear before they can start shining. Okay, not seeing good yellows today. But I've seen enough good legendaries and uniques today. Oh, I'm ready to challenge the boss. Let's stop wasting time with the little guys then. Okay, let's see this. Goldstone Amulet. Rend damage to attacks, shadow damage to spells. Nothing too fancy. Let's see this. 28 occult damage. My occult damage shoulder was 32 and the other one was 27. This is only 7% cost reduction. This is 25, but it gives me agility, and agility is definitely a good option because it gives me extra damage. Thanks to this. This is something that most people overlook. Having a little bit of secondary, tertiary, and what was the other type of stats? Like, and stats that are not your main. If you have some more points into the stats that are not your main, you still get some extra bonus damage. You can see just from my attributes I get 247. This is why rings like this one with all attributes bonuses are great to boost the damage a little bit. This is why if I were to choose between this one with 25 occult and 13 agility, or this one with 32 occult and 12 ferocity, I probably would pick the agility one. And between those, the rage and willpower cost reduction is pretty nice, but if I don't need it, I'm definitely gonna pick this one. Okay, I think that's it for today. 12:45 here, so 45 past midnight. There's gonna be more tomorrow. Keep it cool, folks. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the follows and subs. Until next time, and goodbye. See ya.
Should I buy this game or buy food?
Well, that depends on how hungry you are for wood. If you're hungry for wood, don't buy food. If you're really hungry, then buy food, man.
Thanks
It's up
for
to you.
the info, man. See ya. Take it easy, man.
See ya, and again, keep it cool, folks, and goodbye.